For the speakers for tonight's application, just to remind you, we have the lights in front of Stephanie from Democratic Services here. When the yellow light comes on, it signals that you've got 30 seconds left of your time. And if you can start sort of wrapping up, because when the red light comes on, to be fair to all speakers, I will need to cut you off at that point. So just observe the light. I will say 30 seconds just to give you a prompt, just to let you all know that you've got that time remaining. Okay, on to the minutes. The minutes of the committee meeting held on the 2nd of June. Does anyone have any issues with the minutes? Yes, Councillor Darrington.
I've been told to say this, I'm afraid. You misspelt my wife's name on lobbying and on for the motion. You put one N, it's two. She's very pedantic over that, I'm afraid.
She is indeed, yes. Yeah, I will. I think we can make that amendment. So amendments to the minutes with Glynis with two N's. Is everyone happy to approve those? All those in favour? Yes, fantastic. Thank you very much. Lovely. Right. Okay. Declarations. Oh, sorry. Apologies for absence. First of all, yes.
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies for absence from Councillor Granville, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Ray, Councillor Solander, who is being substituted by Councillor Stretfield.
Are there any other apologies? I think that's a full house, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Brilliant. Thank you. We'll start with declarations of interest or predetermination. Yeah, Councillor Leyland.
Just to say I'm a ward member for agenda item 4.1. However, I will take part in the debate and I will keep an open mind and make my mind up at the end. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Councillor White.
Thank you. For item 2, I'm also the ward member and put this forward on behalf of the parish council.
Okay, and Councillor Ball. Same. Brilliant.
Naturally, we're of course not predisposed in any way to, still open-minded.
Lovely. Okay. No other people wish to raise their hand. Okay. On to declarations of lobbying. Any declarations of lobbying? Is this for 4.1? Yep, I think most of us have been lobbied. Has anyone not been lobbied on 4.1? Councillor Stretfield and Councillor Thornton. Okay. Any other declarations of lobbying for any of the other items? No. Okay. Brilliant. Okay, we'll move on to 4.1 to the Planning Office. Samantha Yates will present your presentation. Sorry, yes. Right, okay, the late observation. Right, okay. Yes, if everyone hasn't had a chance to read the late observations, I will give 10 minutes. Does that sound about right? Okay, so we'll let the committee members read the late observation sheet, which has come out. Everyone should have a sheet. Then I've not got the late observations. So I'll just postpone just for 10 minutes just to allow everyone to read those.
And it stays on, yes.
Okay, are we ready to proceed or do we still need a few more minutes? Councillor Hudson, especially? Happy to proceed? Yeah, lovely. Okay, brilliant. I'll hand over to Sam to present.
Okay, everyone see my slides okay? Yeah. Yeah, so good evening, everyone. Thanks for your time. So this is an application for outline planning permission for up to 135 new homes on the land. An application for outline planning permission allows for a decision on the general principles of how a site could be developed. Outline planning permission does not give a full planning permission at this stage, but rather considers the high-level principles of development of land, subject to further details coming in through applications called reserved matters. Reserved matters are aspects of a proposed development that an applicant can choose to submit for approval at a later date. Planning legislation defines reserved matters as being access, appearance, landscaping, layout, and scale. For this current outline application, all matters are reserved except for access, and that access is the principal access onto the public highway, so the junction between Philippines Close and Hever Road. Consequently, the drawings provided focus on that access point at this stage. For turning to the site location and boundary plan, the site relates to a 6.8 hectare parcel of land located adjacent to the southeast boundaries of Edenbridge town. The land parcel is positioned between the main south and southeastern access roads into the town, called Mill Hill and Hever Road. The land parcel constitutes a series of 4 fields separated by hedgerows. Site boundaries consist of hedgerows and tree lines, so that land parcel is well screened in general. The majority of the land is free from physical development, aside from a residential property called Totty's Byre, a converted barn. This lies within the southwest section of the land parcel, together with associated stable buildings and a sand school. This property is considered a non-designated heritage asset by the council and is accessed via Mead Road, which provides a southwest access point into the site. The site is principally accessed along a private road called Philippines Close, leading south from Hever Road. The site is bound by Philippines Close and the Warsop Trading Estate to its northwest boundary. Philippines Close contains residential dwellings and residential care institutions, as well as a former agricultural facility, which has now become a hostel. Warsop's trading estate contains commercial and light industrial uses and buildings. The site is bound by Hever Road to its northeast boundary and Romney Way to its eastern boundary, which is a gypsy and traveller site owned by Sevenoaks District Council. The site is bound by further fields to its southern boundary. Some fields directly abut the site to its west boundary, and behind these fields lie residential dwellings located along Mill Hill Road. The southwest boundary of the site is connected to Mead Road, a residential road which leads on to Mill Hill. Moving on to the main site constraints and opportunities. Whilst the land parcel directly abuts the urban confines of Edenbridge town, the majority of the site lies outside of these built confines and is located within the metropolitan greenbelt. Part of the site access, Philippines Close, is within the built confines of the town. The site comprises Grade 3 agricultural land and has small pockets of surface water flood risks concentrated on the ponds and ditches within the fields and a lower risk around Totties Byre. The site is visually separated from Edenbridge Conservation Area. In terms of transport connections, the site is principally accessed via a public footpath called Public Rights of Way SR 613. The footpath runs initially along the private road of Philippines Close, leading south from Hever Road. The prow continues through a gate and stiles off of Philippines Close to enter into the fields beyond. The prow runs roughly through the centre of the site from north to southwest. The site is also located in proximity to 3 bus stops located along Mill Hill, close to the Mead Road access point of the site. It should also be noted that the Hever Road and Mill Hill Road are identified as 2 routes to be improved at a strategic level for walking, cycling and wheeling in the district. The Edenbridge Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, called LC-WIP, is the 3rd infrastructure plan prepared for the district, covering the district's 3 most sustainable towns, Sevenoaks, Swanley and Edenbridge. This scheme therefore has the ability to contribute to advancing that infrastructure plan along the 2 routes, which are called Route 7 and Route 11, to improve walking and cycling infrastructure and promote sustainable travel. Planning condition 37 of the original committee paper would secure the delivery of these walking and cycling improvements, and a legal agreement would also be secured to acquire money towards running an additional bus service in the area and making improvements for level access to Edenbridge Town Station, which lies to the north of the site. The development is therefore bringing about infrastructure improvements to promote sustainable connections to the town, as required for the Golden Rules for developing in the Greenbelt. And as stated in our committee papers, we explain why the site is grey belt. So an application for outline permission is accompanied by a series of plans which set out the high-level parameters of development. This first plan is the land uses and shows the broad locations of residential land versus green space. It should be noted that the residential land use would still be broken down by further open and green space, for example, gardens and public realm landscaping. But details of that layout would come in through the detailed reserve matters stage. This next plan is for green infrastructure. The proposals are setting aside 1.95 hectares of green space. The applicant's design and access statement explains that the green infrastructure framework provides 4 types of green space within the allocated land. This ranges from parks and gardens, informal open space, formal play space, and natural and semi-natural open space. The development is therefore bringing about improved green space as required by the Golden Rules for development in the Greenbelt. But details of that landscaping would come in through the reserved matters stage. This site, just in that context, shows you the tree constraints plan. It's high level, but the kind of yellow circles on the screen, yellow-green, are a series of category A trees, which is the highest quality trees for a site, so it ranges from A to U. Paragraph 400 of the committee report explains that category A trees are to be retained as a priority and that tree losses are expected to focus on low quality internal vegetation and limited sections of hedgerow required for access. Planning condition 13 of the late observations highlights that a full arboricultural impact assessment and tree protection plan would be submitted through the reserve mattered stage, including the retention of all category A trees and minimisation of category B losses where feasible. Moving on to the parameter plan for density. The plan shows the density parameters of the development. The highest density would be within the central parts of the site and the lower density along the site boundaries. The submission confirms that the proposed density of the site is 40 dwellings per hectare. This is considered to make efficient use of land as required under national policy, and is at the lower range of our densities as part of the emerging local plan, which require 40 to 60 dwellings per hectare on land at the edge of our higher tier settlements, which Edenbridge is a higher tier settlement. This parameter plan is showing building heights. Again, the lower stories on site are towards the peripheries and the higher towards the central points of the site. The surrounding area typically ranges from 1 to 2 stories in height. The design code highlights that each area will include buildings with a variety of heights, however, so in the 3-story form area, it won't be blanket 3 stories. There will be a mixture of 2, 2.5 and 3-story forms. The details of the appearance of the development would come through in the reserve matters stage. And this final parameter plan is for access and movement. This includes using Philippines Close for all modes of transport, including cars. It includes maintaining access via Mead Road, but purely for pedestrians and cyclists. It should be noted, though, that Kent Fire and Rescue confirmed this pedestrian access could be used as a secondary emergency access purely for emergency vehicles, not for private personal cars. But details of that internal access arrangement would come through in the reserve matters stage. So turning to the access drawings, the principal access to the site is not a reserve matter, and so the full drawings have been provided. These demonstrate it is proposed to widen Philippines Close to provide formal parking spaces and a continual footway, but to provide a 2-way carriageway for free flow of vehicles. These road improvements would ensure that the road infrastructure would segregate pedestrians and vehicle traffic and would not remove the existing parking provision along this road. Philippines Close has an existing access onto Hever Road, and Kent County Council have confirmed the access and visibility displays at the junction with Hever Road are acceptable. This slide just shows that larger vehicles such as refuse vehicles can manoeuvre sufficiently along the road. And in terms of final plans, matters of layout and appearance would be fully detailed at reserve matters stage. But just to illustrate an example of how the site could provide a housing scheme to give confidence at this outline stage that 135 homes is possible, an illustrative plan has been provided, but that doesn't form part of the planning conditions because it's illustrative only at this stage, and we would need to see the actual final layout being proposed in the reserve matters. Moving on to the site photographs. On the top right of each slide, I've shown the site location, and there's a blue arrow which shows where the photograph has been taken from and the direction of where it's been taken from. So this first photograph shows standing along the pavement of Philippines Close, looking towards the junction with Hever Road. And this next photograph shows standing at the junction with Hever Road, looking west along Hever Road from Philippines Close. The bottom right-hand image shows the continuation of the footpath along Hever Road. This photograph is standing at the junction of Philippines Close, looking east along Hever Road. And this photograph is standing at Hever Road, looking towards the site, looking south. You can see in this image just the slight fencing related to the Warsop trading estate. And also on the right-hand side, the road is flanked by Edenbridge Trading Centre, which is another industrial estate. Moving further along Philippines Close, the red arrow here just points to where the site access will be proposed to continue through to the fields that form the application site. This is a closer view. So as you go up Philippines Close, the road starts to fork off to the left, which is the west, and to the right, the east. So the yellow arrow shows where the Close provides access to the former agricultural facility, which is now a hostel. The red and blue arrows show vehicle and pedestrian gates, which lead us through the public right-of-way and hedgerows through to the sites, the 4 fields that comprise the site. The road forks round to the right, to the east, and that shows the side of Philippines Close, which has residential care institutions, which can be seen on this screen. And the blue arrow is for context to show the pedestrian continuation of the public right-of-way into the fields. This slide is standing at those gates, the pedestrian gates and the vehicle gate, looking back towards Hever Road from the Close. This is just a closer image of the gate, which starts to continue the public right-of-way. And the bottom right-hand image is walking through the hedgerows, which then leads to a gate and stile. And once you've crossed over this stile, it leads you into the top of the fields. So as I said before, there's 4 fields. The top right image shows on the blue arrow that we are just at the top of the second field, the central field running through the site. And the orange arrow is pointing to another stile and gate, which allows users of the public right-of-way to go through along the footpath, which isn't obvious on the fields, but yeah, that's how the route of the current public right-of-way currently stands. Once you're at that stile along the public right-of-way, you then start to get a view of Totti's Byre, the dwelling on the site, which is on the orange arrow on this screen. We can also see in the foreground here, the grey is a sand school associated with Totti's Byre, and we can see some of the stable buildings associated with that land. And this image is a view looking west towards Totti's Byre, standing centrally in the site. The top right image shows the whole of that dwelling, and the other images show some of the buildings and like muck heaps associated with some of the equestrian uses of that site. This is standing roughly again in the centre, looking south, so we can see the southern boundary of the site. The orange arrow just points to one of the stable buildings that's on the land there. We're now looking east towards the 3rd field, so moving east through the site. That passes through a field gate that then leads into the 3rd field, and this 3rd field, if you continue to walk east, starts to take you towards the eastern boundary of the site shared with Romney Way, which is the Gypsy Traveller council-owned site. And at the top of this field is a small gate which leads into the 4th and final easternmost field, which shares a boundary with Romney Way. The bottom right-hand image is just to explain that there is a ditch between the application site and the Romney Way site, which was something that was mentioned by our housing and property teams in the committee papers. And entering this 4th easternmost field, we're now looking at the eastern boundary of the sites. So behind that hedgerow and trees is Hever Road. Then looking northwest, we start to look at a telecommunication mast that isn't within the site boundary. The red line skirts around it, but it's just a reference point for us. And the orange arrow points to some vehicle gates that do enter out into Hever Road, but that is not proposed as access for this planning application to the site. Then in this full field, we look back towards the southern boundary that is shared with Romney Way to see the vegetative boundary there. Moving to the southwest corner of the site, looking east, this is standing in Mead Road, looking at the access to Totty's Byre, the house. So we can see the carport and a part of the house on this image. Then looking west down Mead Road from Totty's Byre, in the foreground is a turning circle used by residents of the road. We also start to see the beginning of the housing along Mead Road on this slide. Moving further along Mead Road, looking west. Then continuing along Mead Road, starting to see the end of that road at the junction with Mill Hill. And this is the junction between Mead Road and it's entering onto Mill Hill, which is that main southern road into Edenbridge town. And we can see here the Blossoms Park, which is a recreational ground containing cricket facilities, skate park. And this final slide shows looking back from Blossoms Park towards the junction of Mead Road, the start of Mead Road from Mill Hill. And the bottom right-hand image shows looking south along Mill Hill towards the petrol station and coming out of the town. So that's the end of the presentation, and the full planning assessment and recommendation are set out in the committee papers and those late observation papers that you read momentarily. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to speakers regarding the application. So first of all, against the application, we have Jeremy Olver. Let's come to the front.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll stand if it's okay, just because I've got sciatica and it's painful. Thank you.
Just load your slides up for.
Sure. This application is for outline planning permission with all matters reserved except for access. I urge you to decline on those terms. The access proposals are uncertain, unsafe, and undeliverable. But I want to make a broader point. Does planning policy matter? Does SDC mean what it says? This land is Greenbelt. Regulation 19 is not yet published. We do not know if this site will be included. Does that matter? The National Planning Policy Framework states building on Greybelt should not undermine surrounding Greenbelt, yet building here would leave isolated pockets, a patchwork, not a belt. Does that matter? SDC's own planning officer, Aaron Wilkinson, stated that this site is outside of reasonable walking distance from the railway stations. The Department for Transport rates this postcode in the bottom 10% nationally for connectivity. Does that matter, or are we really acknowledging that people will just use their cars anyway? If so, then we should be very worried that this application proposes one point of access for all vehicles. Hever Road cannot support two-way traffic. Does that matter, or are you content with a single point of failure? And then we come to Mead Road. Is it emergency access or is it not? Initially, the developer said it was. But then they issued a correction saying, no, it was only proposed for active travel. Mead Road cannot do either. The pavement is entirely obstructed. The carriageway is 2.8 meters wide, too narrow for a fire engine. The developer stated that there are no alternative routes. So is there going to be emergency access or not? And does it matter? Local people think it matters. 150 of them responded to the consultation, all opposing, all citing access. Some of them are here tonight. Do they matter? I do not envy any of you on this committee having to meet top-down targets, but the response to bad national policy cannot be poor implementation locally. You deserve the best possible advice to make the right decisions. I am staggered that you are asked to endorse this application with a reserved matter as fundamental as emergency access yet to be resolved. Thankfully, planning officers recommend, but councillors get to decide. You know that how things appear on a plan in Argyle Road are very different than they are for your people who live in the wards you represent. If the answer to any of the questions I've posed tonight is yes, these things do matter, then please decline this application. If the answer is no, brace yourself for a flood of speculative applications on the Greenbelt all across the district, and don't be surprised when people lose faith in the local plan. The local plan exists for a reason, to find a properly strategic and well thought out approach. This application is not strategic, it's opportunistic, it's premature, it's in the wrong part of town, it's poorly connected, and the access is woeful.
Sorry, I
The
have to cut
decision
you
is
off
yours,
now.
please
Sorry.
make it a good one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And on to the next speaker. So for the application, David Churchill.
Good evening. My name is David Churchill. I'm speaking on behalf of Richborough, the applicant for this item. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all on behalf of the applicant. You'll all be aware that there have been a number of significant changes to the planning system in recent years. These changes have focused on seeking to accelerate housing delivery in the UK. The reason for the changes is because the UK has failed to build the required levels of houses needed for a significant number of years. The government has made it clear that the delivery of homes is a top priority. Not providing enough housing creates social and economic stresses and strains. This is a problem that's faced across the UK, but it's particularly acute in the south. In Sevenoaks, it's led to there being less than 3 years' worth of housing land supply, well below the required 5 years. This has led to a number of significant social pressures. As of November 2025, government data shows that Sevenoaks district has 1,016 households on the housing register waiting list. The ratio of median disposable income to house prices in Sevenoaks is 12.68. Net housing delivered in 2024 to 2025 in Sevenoaks per 1,000 dwellings was 2.79, meaning the overall housing stock grew by just 0.28%. The number of people in temporary accommodation in Sevenoaks was 141, costing the taxpayer over £750,000. The council is making good progress with the local plan. The application site is proposed for allocation in the emerging local plan. It was identified as a draft allocation in the last local plan, but that failed to progress to adoption. It has long been identified as a suitable and sustainable site for housing. The report before you has been prepared by your officers. We've worked collaboratively and professionally with your officers and statutory consultees to bring these proposals forward. The proposals seek to maximise the opportunity presented by this grey belt site, and the conclusion of the grey belt assessment is clear and comprehensive. It concludes that the development complies with all parts of the grey belt definition. The development would fully comply with paragraph 155 of the NPPF and is classed as appropriate development in the green belt. It's further noted that para 158 of the NPPF states that a development which complies with the golden rules should be given significant weight in favour of the grant of permission. This development complies with the golden rules, and therefore significant weight in favour of development is given under the Greenbelt policy. The proposals seek to maximise the delivery of affordable housing, 50% in accordance with the golden rules, and a tenure mix agreed with the housing officer. They provide very significant contributions to local infrastructure alongside the standard fill payments. They include the provision of funding towards a raft of active travel measures. The application was referred to committee by Councillor MacArthur on the basis of Greenbelt and transport matters. The parish council has raised similar issues. The officer report deals with these matters in detail, and the Highways Authority supports the application. So we support the recommendation of your officers and would respectfully urge you to accept them too and grant outline planning permission for this development of this sustainable draft allocated site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Mike Stockdale.
Right, Mike Stockdale, Edenbridge Town Council. And I've got some slides, I think. Okay. I urge the committee to oppose this application on the grounds that the development is proposed for the wrong part of town. Edenbridge is a linear town stretched along a Roman road. This site is right at the southern extremity, from where it takes 20 minutes to walk to Edenbridge Town Station, 25 minutes to walk to the medical centre, and more than 30 minutes to reach the top station. People living in this development who commute by train aren't going to add 30 to 40 minutes to their daily journey to walk to and from the station. Busy families aren't going to walk to Waitrose or Lidl in the rain. They will use their cars, and as you can see from slide 1, our roads are already congested. This proposal is advertising an active travel lifestyle that Edenbridge cannot support. Edenbridge's place in the settlement hierarchy doesn't reflect our limited transport options. Edenbridge Station no longer offers direct services to either London, Victoria or Gatwick. Edenbridge Town has 2 trains per hour to London in the morning and then 1 train per hour for the rest of the day. The buses on Mill Hill don't run before 9 and finish after 6. This application talks about contributions for the improvement in the future, but significant investment would be needed now. This proposal needs to be seen in the context of a draft local plan that seeks to add at least 50% to the population of Edenbridge. Some sites under consideration are far better suited to that objective than others. This site is not one of them. On slide 2, neither proposed access route, Hever Road or Mead Road, can accommodate the assured 2-way flow of traffic. Neither has a full or unobstructed pavement. It is extraordinary to underpin as large a development as this with such limited road capacity. If Edenbridge must be expanded, the place to do it is north of the High Street, at the crossroads and in proximity to the railway station, supermarkets, leisure centre and the new medical centre. That is why the new estate was built at St John's Way. Ultimately, this is still Greenbelt. Reclassification depends on the local plan that is not yet adopted. On slide 3, I know we've seen lots of other pictures of green, but does this look like grey or green? Exceptional circumstances are required to build on the green belt, but access constraints, lack of connectivity and distance from amenities make this site exceptionally unsuited to development. This is why I cannot support this application and I urge colleagues to join me in opposing it. Thank you.
And then the final speaker is Councillor Baker reading a statement on behalf of Councillor MacArthur.
Thank you. Firstly, this site, as you've heard, was in the Reg 18, and it is one that the Town Council commented strongly against. And as you all know, the Reg 19 is going to be published next Monday. So to start, I would like to ask members if they would consider deferring this planning decision until that information is known. But I will speak on the actual application as on behalf of Margot as the ward member. The application is also opposed by Edenbridge Town Council on the grounds of access constraints and poor infrastructure. This is open land, paddocks, hedgerows and ponds, and is used by the public as a riding school, despite what it has says in the papers, the late observations. But it definitely has, and it is an amazing, area with protected habitats and preserves the rural views. Building here would landlock adjoining parcels of land within the Greenbelt, which ETC have argued is an inefficient use of Greenbelt land. It would be visible from the B20106, so changing the character of Edenbridge when approaching from the south, which is in the national landscape. Slide 1. So this is Philippines Close. This is the proposed primary access is a footpath, as you've all heard. It's private land and at the end of the Philippines Close, which is an unadopted road, and it serves the retirement home. It would be the only point of access for all vehicles. The ability of this footpath to handle the residential traffic for 135 homes, plus construction vehicles, plus access for emergency services is unproven. Slide 2. This is Hever Road, which is certain that it has, no, which is certain it is that to reach Philippines, oh God, what is certain is that to reach Philippines Close, all traffic would need to pass along Hever Road. The developer has also replied to the statement community involvement on page 17, and when asked, can you provide a second access point? It's no. The various constraints do not allow access from Hever Road on any other part apart from Philippines Close. Not surprising, Hever Road is a winding country road prone to flooding. At the Edenbridge end, it is reduced to a single file traffic due to street parking. This is exacerbated by tourist coaches and cyclists going to Hever Castle and the mobile homes going to and from the two traveller sites in close proximity. There are about 90 households in the suburban part of Hever Road, and now that is still a bottleneck, so it definitely can't handle another 135 homes. There is no meaningful enhancements that can widen the Hever Road or improve the capacity to safely handle increased traffic. Again, on the same page in the report, page 17, it was asked, can you provide managed access from Mill Hill instead of Hever Road? No, we have no suitable option apart without third-party land. The third slide, Mead Road. The plan for Mead Road is not clear. The developer initially referred to it as secondary emergency access, but later issued an addendum to clarify that Mead Road is proposed for active travel only, as you've heard, which means pedestrians and cyclists. Despite that, the report still refers to Mead Road as emergency access in several places. What is clear is that secondary access for emergency use is required for this development to comply with Section 53 of the Kent County Act 1981. As it stands, it does not meet this criteria. As you can see from the picture, Mead Road isn't a credible option for emergency access or active travel. It is narrower than Hever Road, less than 3 metres wide. Mead Road is also the last turning as you leave Edenbridge by the south. It is used by cars and delivery drivers to turn round, and it often completely blocks the road. The planning officer's report notes that the narrowness of the carriageway could restrict a fire engine. It's a quiet cul-de-sac. Mead Road is just not a safe and viable place to serve this development. For all these reasons, I urge you to oppose this application.
Thank you very much. We'll start off with questions to speakers first of all. So who has a question to any of our speakers? Yep, I'll start with Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a small one, first of all, to the applicant, or to, is it Mr. Churchill? David, not Winston. Just a small question, really. Firstly, I must compliment you actually on having, one thing I will compliment on is actually having 50% social housing. I mean, this council has seen many, many applications before, and they said they can't afford any. I know there was a place in Hextable that managed it, but very few others have, including our own council on the one application. So good on you for that. I just wanted to ask on on paragraph 64 of the council papers, personal injury crash data has been collected by the applicant and investigated, including for vulnerable road users, confirming there is no evidence of patterns of crash types, etc., etc. Can you tell me where you got these figures from, please?
These figures are all provided within the transport assessment.
That's not really asking my question. That's now the reason why I ask is that I think these figures must be very difficult to come by, and the reason why I say so is that the local inspector, I think Councillor White can verify that this is correct, has visited Farningham and Horton Kirby and said basically the police only keep statistics for serious accidents only. They do not keep any others. And therefore any other statistics are insignificant. In fact, the inspector himself said, well, if you want to complete one, between ourselves, KCC, and you'd have to go and speak to all the insurance companies. So what I'm saying is I doubt the veracity of any figures concerning accidents. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Leyland.
On a very, very similar actual, again, paragraph 64, which is all about, you know, sort of safety as well, isn't it, really? And the thing about that is that when Mead Road comes out onto the main road and to cross the crossing there, if there's that amount of extra housing, there's going to be extra amount of children crossing the road there.
Alan, got a question.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I would ask. Yeah, I mean, I would ask the developer, has he actually seen sight of the highways improvement for Edenbridge at that point?
I'm sorry, could I ask you to repeat the question? I'm not sure I 100% understood it.
Yes. There's a highways improvement plan, HIP, hooray. HIP, yeah. Have you seen sight of that for Edenbridge on that part of Mill Hill? Have you had sight of it? Have you read it?
So we are represented by professional transport consultants. I'm not a professional transport consultant, I'm a planning consultant. As part of our planning application package, a transport assessment has been prepared which makes reference to all of the available information regarding the highways and associated active travel matters. The application has been consulted on with Kent County Council, and they are content with the proposals. So, as part of the whole package, yes, that information would have formed part of the assessment. Yes.
I asked you, have you read it?
I haven't read it, but our planning application team as a whole has read it.
Okay, I'll go into Councillor Malone.
Thank you. Two questions, if I may, both to Mr. Churchill. You'll have heard the comments about the emergency access via Mead Road. Seems to be a little bit of confusion around that. So I wonder if you could just clarify exactly what the position is around emergency access, whether by Mead Road or some other way.
Thank you. It was correctly identified that there was an error in the original submission that was rectified by an additional package of documentation that confirmed that it was not proposed by the applicant to use that as an emergency access. Kent County Council has confirmed that it could be possible to use that as an emergency access. That is up to Kent County Council. That's not up to us. It's not proposed within our application for that to be used as an emergency point of access.
Okay, thank you. And second question, apologies if I've missed it, or indeed if it's premature at this stage, but has work been done on to assess or estimate the additional number of traffic movements that will arise from these new houses?
Yes, there's a very detailed assessment that's been undertaken within the transport assessment that is within the planning application documentation. And that has been subject to consultation with both the council and all statutory consultees, including Kent County Council, who are content with the information presented within it.
Yes, I'll go to Councillor Camp first and then Councillor White.
Thank you. It's again to the developer. You say there's no plans for this emergency access, but would it not be sensible to consider a secondary access that can take emergency vehicles, because it's quite a large site, and just having all of that traffic directed all the way down? I mean, we're talking about 100 and something, 130 odd houses. That could in theory be, 200 plus cars or more. You say it's not, it's not within the proposals. Can I just ask why you're not considering another access somewhere? Because there's sort of 2 or 3 places.
It was the advice that we had received from our transport consultant. So they've undertaken a technical assessment of the highways surrounding the site. And it was viewed that the optimal approach to serve the site would be from Philippines Close. It wasn't necessary to provide a second an emergency access, a second point of emergency access, but this is a matter that we have consulted Kent County Council on in detail. But clearly, if Kent County Council wanted to bring that forward as an emergency point of access, that would be part of the next stage of the process. It's not proposed at the moment because it is not necessary. Technically, it's not necessary. I understand the point you're making, but technically, from Kent County Council's perspective, it's not necessary.
Councillor White.
Thank you. My question extends a little bit from Councillor Malone's comments of coping with the capacity of the traffic of the 135 residences that are going to be formed there. My question is to Councillor Baker. This committee only a few months ago, I think, approved quite a substantial development at Hever Castle, which is going to attract even further numbers of visitors and coaches. So whilst we're looking at 135 houses and the potential vehicles there, what do we anticipate percentage-wise of the additional traffic? You mentioned about everybody having to travel down Hever Road. Forgive me, I don't actually know the road directions, but if you've got more coaches and such like travelling down, presumably that's another hazard?
Yeah, I would absolutely say that the increase in traffic along that road is going to be untenable. That planning application, I know the one you're talking about, everything around there, Hever Castle is a major attraction. I actually often say I don't live in Edenbridge, I live near Hever Castle, because people go, Edenbridge, where's that? But everyone knows Hever Castle. So yeah, it's a very, very busy road, and a very wet one in the winter.
Just to follow up on that, so we haven't had any comment from KCC regarding the increased traffic, not just at this development location, but overall in this particular small rural area.
Yeah, KCC letter didn't even mention Hever Road in it at all. So you'd have to ask KCC, I'm afraid. But yeah, it was quite astounding.
Any other questions for the speakers? Yeah, Councillor Leyland and then Councillor Cole.
This is for a local resident, Mr. Olver. Several respondents in the consultation mentioned sewage and drainage constraints. Have you encountered any problems as a resident in Meader Road? Have you had any problems there?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the gardens to the south of Mead Road lack sufficient sewerage capacity, and it regularly overflows, and you get human excrement in my garden and some of the gardens along there, which is unpleasant. There is also standing water on Mead Road, as there is on Hever Road during the winter. Now, the Chief Planning Officer's comments mention a possible enhancement of tarmacking Mead Road to make it suitable for active travel. But Mead Road was actually tarmacked very recently by Kent Highways. They did their job and it's good, but it actually increased the surface runoff into my neighbour's property, and he had to put up sandbags. And what tarmacking Mead Road won't do is make it any wider or make our storm drains have any more capacity.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Similar question to Councillor Leyland, really, in relation, and I'll pose this question to any one of the local sort of residents or local speakers who are speaking against the application this evening. Clicking through the planning portal, literally, you could, like pinning a tail on a donkey, you could grab a public comment, and nearly each comment, or 1 in 2, the person would make a comment on flooding. Now we've seen from the slide from the officer that that there are various patches of considered sort of heavy flooding or medium to low risk surface water flooding. But I'd like to hear from someone who lives locally, just to explain what their experience is of the area. What are we talking about flooding? A little bit of surface water on the carriageway, or does it extend out over this land that is proposed to develop?
Thank you, councillor. The flooding on Hever Road is considerable. I go to a gym in Hever, and throughout the winter and autumn, it was considerable standing water. Parts of that road were closed. And this brings me back to my point of Hever Road is a single point of failure for the whole site. It doesn't just need to be a flood, it could be a tree down. The other day, there was a gypsy lad taking 3 horses up to the site. There's no pavement that extends along Hever Road to the gypsy site. That lad was being quite sensible about it, but it is an agricultural road. It is full of blockages. You know, it's single file traffic. All it takes is one tractor to block that road, and that's a single point of failure, and it's one which floods regularly.
I could also just add about the flooding in general around Edenbridge. You know, we're in a valley. We are very, very wet all of the time. The neighbouring hamlet is called Marsh Green. The clue's in the name. We are wet, really very wet. So yeah, and the road, Hever Road, I have been myself stuck in floods going to collect children from school, from the Hever school. It happens a lot. You know, school has been shut, I think, due to flooding. Not that it's that close in proximity, but to get there, it is just one road to get to Hever school or the castle. And so, yeah, it's, as Jeremy says, a point of failure and a real concern. You know, flooding is always a concern. Edenbridge, we have an emergency planning committee in Edenbridge Town Council that go out every time there's a flood. You know, we are unblocking gullies. Alan will tell you, we've all been out there in our high vises and our things, poking things. You know, you don't need that in a town. You don't need an emergency planning committee if there's not flooding, and there is lots.
Any other questions for the speakers? No? Okay, then we'll go to questions to officers. Yep, Councillor Thornton.
Thank you. Could you find your slide 3?
Want me to present that?
Sorry, yeah, if you want, I just want, because it says there urban confines black line, and I couldn't spot where the black line was on the actual slide.
Which window? No. Yeah, apologies, it's a busy slide. Let me just present that. So essentially the hashed green is the green belt. And on the north, where it says SR 613, you have like a green line cutting across. Everything to the north of that green line is where the urban built confines of Edenbridge town start.
Okay, so it wraps around, so that
wraps around the green belt.
So the buildings on the main road on the left there
are in the urban confines.
Are in the urban confines. Okay, okay, thank you. Other questions, if I may. I'm sorry. We heard. I'm just looking for some clarity. As this is an outline. So, what level of detail? It's access you mentioned earlier is key. Some of these very specific traffic information, and you know, I'm looking at what KCC are responding, and it's pretty damn pathetic, as it usually is, as far as their responses on that. What level of detail are we expected to go to at this level of planning, and what comes later?
Yeah.
Just to clarify to us exactly what we're pinpointing, and a lot of talk about surface water as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So just in terms of outline and access matters, we're considering, when we consider access, we're considering the access onto the public highway. So the actual routes, like how an emergency access would work for fire vehicles, not all vehicles, would be details that can come through reserve matters. For example, bollarding along the edge of Mead Road so that only the fire trucks can use that to access the site if they need to. It's not proposed to have general cars going along that road for all types of emergencies. It's in the event of a fire, for example, you could restrict vehicles, but then the fire services have access to that restriction to unlock it if they need to get to access to a fire. And that would also mean if we're saying it's not suitable for an emergency vehicle to go down Mead Road for this development, are we saying it's not suitable for the existing houses on Mead Road to have access to a fire truck in the event of a fire? But in terms of access, the focus of the access is how it intersects with Hever Road. The existing if there's an existing junction, the applicants have demonstrated visibility displays onto that junction, and KCC Highways are satisfied with that. Other than access, we're looking at the principles around paragraph 116 of the MPPS. So would this development, so it's paragraphs 116, which is it safe, access, and would the development have a cumulatively severe impact on the road network, which includes Hever Road, Mill Hill Road, the surrounding network. And as part of the first consultation round, KCC asked for various things. They asked for the trip generation data for vehicle data was already provided by the applicants, but they asked for extra data on things like junction capacity, so like junctions in the town, what's the pressure on those junctions. They asked for the accident collision data. They asked for various data to help them formulate a review on whether it's going to have a severe impact on the highways network. Their answer, as the technical body that we consult on that matter, is no, it's not going to have a severe level of impact. And they are the strategic body for us. We consult them for their expertise on whether development can if surrounding roads can take development. Yeah, so that's probably what I'd say about that part. We're also considering matters of sustainability as well. And I know a number of the speakers have talked about that point. Paragraph 110 and 115 are the specific paragraphs that the national policy tells us to look at. And that specifically says, that we should, let me just find paragraph 110 of the MPPF. Okay. And it says, development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable. So we can't simply look at the current connectivity. We have to look at what can be achieved for the site by the development coming forward. So that includes the key considerations like the local cycling walking infrastructure plan, which at a strategic level is trying to improve the accessibility of the sites, of lots of sites for entry points into the town. And I've outlined in the committee paper how the development is proposing to improve that sustainable transport. So yeah, the main considerations are, does it have a severe impact on the road network? Is the junction safe? And is it sustainable? Yeah. No, I mean, yeah.
Sorry.
Agree to disagree.
Carrying on with access, if I may. So obviously key access for Philippines Close. All we've seen is a bramble path when we went on the site visit this morning. Have you got any idea of that will be a two-way road?
Philippines Close.
Yeah. So yeah. So as it comes off from where we saw, so as it goes into the bramble path we saw today, all we saw was a bramble path. Have you got a physical image or something just to show us?
Yeah.
I mean, is that how is that access going to look? I'm assuming that's going to be really quite a meaty access if we're saying that Midway isn't an option.
Yeah, Sam will bring up a slide in a second, but just to clarify, there's a series of set plans and then also parameter plans. One of these set plans that it's basically would be getting full permission as opposed to just an outline level of detail is the access, and there is a drawing listed in the approved plans condition that shows the access all along Philippines Close, how it would be widened, where any sort of additional parking bays would be created, and how that two-way traffic width will be created in accordance with sort of KCC standards. And that's been reviewed by KCC Highways, and as a statutory consultee, they haven't raised any objections to how they would widen Philippines Close.
Yeah, in terms of continuation into the site itself, that's the internal access arrangement that then comes through at the reserve matters stage when the applicants have worked up the layout of the scheme. But yeah, it would pretty much be a given that we'd expect there to be wide enough roads for free flow of traffic through the site.
Okay, so access is something we need to consider, but you're saying that's access onto the road network rather than the specific access from there onto the site.
Yes, because that's something that then is worked up in the reserve matters stage. Yeah.
Possibly legal, actually, if that's okay. There was a mention raised about deferring, a possibility of deferring, and I can understand where the local council is coming from this. If we're waiting until just a few days to see what comes along Regulation 19 sites, I know that Edenbridge had a fair watch of sites, and I don't know what's going to be in the final decision as to whether it's coming forward. Is there the opportunity to defer this until we know if it's actually an official site within the local plan or not?
My advice is that would be an unlawful reason to defer the today's planning decision. You're expected to make the decision today unless there are reasons such as you want further information on a material planning consideration or a site visit, and the members had the opportunity to go on the site visit this morning. There is nothing missing from the report. So I would advise you strongly not to defer determining this application to await the Regulation 19 publication. I can go on at great length. I can tell you that if you did, it would constitute a material error of law, a misdirection under national planning policy, and as I said, a failure to carry out your statutory duties, which are basically to make the decision today, unless there are reasons which are genuine reasons, and you don't have any. It also, proceeding with the deferral tonight would expose you to significant financial liability, because it would be inevitable that the applicants could, as well as judicially reviewing this council for failing to determine the decision tonight on unreasonable grounds, and that I can tell you that they would be successful. They could also go to appeal to the planning inspectorate, and the planning inspectorate would then, for non-determination, because you're not determining it tonight. And so the decision as to whether to grant or refuse would be taken out of your hands tonight if you defer it, and it will go straight to the planning inspector to be determined by them. So it wouldn't be this committee that would be making the decision.
I see Ashley's itching to get in as well on this point.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Vicky. Just turning back to sort of policy reasons as to why it's not recommended to go down the deferral route as well. So, as Sam has outlined in her officer's report, at paragraph 177, the MPPF at paragraph 51 specifically discourages this sort of thing. Basically, on the grounds of prematurity, well, because we can't afford more than limited weight to the emerging local plan at this stage, because it's nowhere near examination. And even so, if you defer it, and you'd have to keep deferring it indefinitely until you get to a point where you can actually start affording it some more notable weight and significant weight. So that takes us back to the MPPF, and that's the only grounds that we can actually, or policy grounds that we can actually review this application on. And at the moment, as we know, our housing need is very significant, and we need developments like this in order to achieve our housing targets. Even if we did have a local plan imminently bound, we still need to reach the point of having a 5-year housing land supply, which doesn't come in straight away. And all the while that's the case, we still have to look at paragraph 11D and a presumption in favour of development. And yeah, I think that's largely it. I know Sam's also itching to come in on something.
I think it's more just to say that we've said in the report really that this is a planning application. We've already said very upfront that the emerging local plan, it's a separate process. Whether we decide this now, in 6 months' time, you know, in 9 months' time, our planning recommendation is going to be the same as it is tonight. So it would waste our time to defer it because we're not going to have any different weighting that we can afford. The plan, as Ashley said, footnote 8 of the MPPF, it says that you have to consider our local kind of policies out of date until we have a plan that gives us a 5-year housing land supply, until we can actually demonstrate housing delivery against that supply. And that's under our housing delivery test. And that in our housing delivery test, we need to be delivering at 75% of our housing targets. I've mentioned in, for example, paragraph 294 of the officer report, that when we had our current local plan come in, we had 165 dwellings per year was our housing target. It's now at 1,164. And in recent years, our delivery rate for housing has been about 44%, not 75%. Even with a local plan, that's putting us in a stronger position to start allocating where our supply should go. But we won't be delivering against that 75% for a couple of years. And so even with our local plan in place, it's not changing this decision tonight for a couple of years. So so I think we would really advise against deferral on that basis.
Any other questions to the officers? Yep, Councillor White.
Thank you. I'm looking really to be enlightened. I mean, I haven't been on this committee for long, but what I have noticed is that the number of conditions just get longer and longer and longer, which to me feels as if we're trying to get a square peg in a round hole to try and make everything fit and gel. I'm interested to know, is this the largest number of conditions that we've seen on a planning application? How high can the conditions go? What is the limit before someone says this isn't necessarily a viable option?
Thank you, Councillor. It's not the highest number of conditions we've seen on an application. I think Sevenoaks Quarry comes to mind. But it's that old chestnut of it, case by case basis. Here we have quite a few conditions related to some of the active travel measures as well, which you might not get on some of the other sites. So no two schemes are comparable. You might have a scheme for 200, 300 houses that could have fewer conditions, but equally you could have one for only 50 dwellings that has more conditions than this. It's all to do with the specifics of the site and what constraints need to be covered by conditions, whether that be flooding, archaeology, highways matters, etc., etc. So it's not a mathematical exercise. It's something you have to look at on a case-by-case basis. This is not an unreasonable amount of conditions, and they're all largely related to technical consultee requests and very specific matters which are relevant to what an outline application would usually entail.
I'll go to Councillor Paul Darrington and then Councillor Hudson.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. On conditions, another one for you. Paragraph 252 states neither railway station has disabled access. With this proposal, which would increase the population quite substantially, could we, if approved, condition a contribution towards disabled access at either station?
Yeah, so sorry, Councillor Darrington, just to clarify, do you mind repeating the tail end of that, just so I'm clear on the question?
Try. Okay. If approved, could we condition a contribution providing disabled access at one of the railway stations?
Yeah, so financial contributions are when we're trying to require specific financial contributions, we do it through a legal agreement called a Section 106. So the developers have offered to contribute towards rail improvements for the step-free access to the Edenbridge town. Importantly, our technical consultee, Network Rail, have not requested money. They have for other sites in Edenbridge, and they haven't for this site. But the developer is saying that they are willing to contribute to that as development coming forward in Edenbridge, and we can secure that through Section 106 legal agreement rather than the planning condition. Yeah, and Ashley just wants to add to.
It's probably also worth clarifying as well that with these financial contributions, it wouldn't be the applicant or even us undertaking those works. It would be a financial contribution to Network Rail, who would be the ones to do so anyway. So they would be in charge as to whether they feel it's needed and when they feel it's needed as well. But they would be the ones to look after that money and see fit as to how they use it.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Hudson and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Chairman. A question for the officers. Something I don't understand, but maybe I should. In paragraph 276, you say that exceptional circumstances on the green belt don't apply here, and I'm a bit confused about that. Thinking about previous planning applications where that has come into play, can you tell me,
fine.
explain that to me, please?
Yeah, certainly. So there's two types of circumstances in the MPPF. Planning applications look at very special circumstances. Local plan development looks at exceptional circumstances. Local plans historically have been looking at exceptional circumstances. That's where you actually take a land parcel out of the green belt and you have to meet tests for taking it out at a local plan district level. So that's something that it would be explored at a local plan level. When we're dealing with individual planning applications, we have to look at very special circumstances. But that only kicks in if a development is considered inappropriate because it doesn't meet one of the tests of what could be appropriate. And we have explained in the report that it is appropriate under paragraph 155 of the MPPF for the reasons in the report, which welcome to go into detail if anybody wants that.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you very much. A few questions on detail, if I may, Sam. And I appreciate that, of course, that we're at an outline position here, but in terms of looking ahead, this with its 50% affordable is likely to be family housing if built out. What's the provision for play areas and or connectivity to the open space at the end of Mead Road, please?
Just to clarify, do you mean what provisions is the site itself making for play space and green space? Yeah, because we obviously at the end of Mead Road, you have Blossoms Park, which is an existing area for recreation, but the site is I covered it in the presentation notes, but it's setting aside over a hectare of green infrastructure, and in that there's in the applicant submission they've come in with 4 types of green space. So that includes enhancing ecological areas, it includes kind of parks and gardens, but it also includes formal type of children's play space. But the details of how that play space looks, there's like various types of categories of play space, but that is we've got planning conditions that nearer the end of the planning conditions suite that talk about open space strategy, managing that open space over time as a legacy, and the details of that would then come through the reserve matters application, but tying in with those planning conditions. I hope that makes sense.
If I may come back a little, please, Chair. Then thinking about the Blossoms Park, and you've talked about the LC whip, that is new, it's not yet adopted, I don't think, in full. I want to be confident that it allows for tying this site together with the existing recreation space at Blossoms Park, and onwards up into the town, into the facilities that exist in the town.
Yes, so the local walking cycling infrastructure plan, LC WIP, is talking about the walking cycling infrastructure to various places, and it's made a series of recommendations for Edenbridge, which includes so our planning policy team commented on this plan application, and they said, well, we would like to see a crossing along Mill Hill for Blossoms Park. And that's why we've done a planning condition. It was 36 of the original. It's 37 of the late observation and an original committee paper. And the point of it is that we are asking a developer to confirm to us the infrastructure improvements they're making to connect the site to various elements of the town, including Blossoms Park, but making specific reference to the local walking cycling strategy, so that anything this site does is feeding into the strategic plan for the area for Edenbridge, and it's not isolated from that. So that's the important thing, is that the planning condition is linking in with the LC whip, which makes those recommendations for the Edenbridge.
Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Malone.
Thank you, Chair. Sam, you heard comments from a number of the speakers about flooding in the area. How do you respond to that? How should we as the committee be thinking about the impact of flooding on this site and the broader town with the additional traffic that will come from the site?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So I'm just going to pan down to the flood risk section of the report. So just for everybody's benefit, that starts at paragraph 319 of the committee paper. So that explains that national policy takes a sequential risk-based approach to flood risk and asks developments to sequentially direct development away to the highest areas of flood risk. So when we look at the flood constraints for Edenbridge, this site is not in the fluvial flood zones 2 and 3, which are the greater flood risks. So it's in floodplain 1, which is most of the country. If it's not in a floodplain 2 or 3, it's in a 1. So it's at the lowest fluvial flood risk. Then in terms of surface water flood risk, it has pockets of some high surface water flood risk focused on the ponds, which are to be retained and are not to be developed on. Then the lowest form of surface water flood risk is around Totty's Byre, so that the development is directing it to the lowest surface water flood risk. So it's meeting that sequential test for flood risk. I also just want to point out that Kent County Council are our lead local flood authority for surface water, and the Environment Agency are our authority for fluvial river flood water. Neither of them have objected, and they've suggested a planning condition to deal with surface water drainage as a standard strategy, which is a standard planning condition. So from our perspective, the technical bodies and our assessment show that they are directing to the lowest flood risk area, and they are suitably managing flood risk for the site in line with the policies.
Can I just add to that as well? So with the conditions that they've suggested, I think we members will be aware of similar applications that we've had where we've had these discussions. KCC, as the lead local flood authority, will be consulted on the discharge of condition application for the drainage strategies. And essentially their aim is to make sure this development does not increase the risk of flooding to the surrounding area. Any surface water runoff needs to be contained and dealt with within the site. We have the ability to refuse drainage strategies as they come forwards, and we have had on these larger schemes, we've had a lot of back and forth on these sorts of ones, and either amending them or refusing and them coming back in, because it is quite a high bar for them to address. And the KCC, as the lead local flood authority, do look into this very thoroughly as well. And I think we've had these sort of reassuring discussions in recent committee meetings. So we understand that there's flooding issues in the area, but guided by technical advice, this development will be a position where it won't increase risk to the surrounding area.
Yeah, thank you both for that. I think I probably understood that. My question was not so much about the site, as I had assumed that that SUDSIC and all the other conditions that we normally see would hopefully deliver no increased flood risk. I think my question, picking up on Councillor Baker's comments, was more around the local roads already flood. how should we be thinking about the impact of existing flooding with however many more cars there are going to be trying to get from A to B?
No, thanks for the clarification. I think that we've kind of got the two aspects of the flood management. So you've got what is in the sphere of influence of the site, and then we've got surface water along road networks. That's the jurisdiction of KCC Highways because they manage those road networks. So they are responsible for clearing drains, maintaining the road networks so that we don't get build up of flooding. It's not within the gift proportionately of the developer to be able to manage the KCC's control of that road network and how they manage surface water on it is my main comment there really. It's about reasonable of what proportionately the developer should be doing for this application versus maybe a strategic issue of taking that up perhaps with Kent County Council if there's concerns about how the road flood maintenance is managed for different areas.
Councillor Purvis.
Thank you. Could I just confirm if I understood this correctly? So if this site is included in the local plan, it has no relevance to our decision tonight. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because the planning assessment under the NPPF is telling us at any point in time, until we've got 5-year housing land supply and until we can deliver against 75% of delivery of build out against that, that we need to look at the NPPF policies, not a plan that hasn't been adopted yet and is not going to be for quite some time. We can't look completely at our current local plan because it's out of date. So the main national policy tells us to look at the NPPF and any material considerations. But in terms of our emerging local plan, we can only give limited weight to it, very limited. It's not got bearing on this planning assessment. Yeah.
Sam, if I can just follow up with a question on that. So, and it works both ways. So if the site is included or not included, your answer is the same.
Yeah, this planning assessment does not change if the site is in the local plan or is out of the emerging local plan. It doesn't. This planning assessment doesn't change.
Are there any other questions? I was going to just ask one question as well, just around, we've heard a lot from obviously speakers and residents about highways concerns, particularly the cumulative impact on the Hever Road and other roads. Obviously, the technical witness has said they have no objection, Kent County Council, in their highways capacity. What is the potential implications if we were to refuse this on highways grounds, having had the technical consultee offer no objection to it?
Yeah, I think Ash might chip in here as well, but really, if we go against technical consultees, who are the statutory consultees for those issues, without any evidence to suggest otherwise, if we go against them, we're exposing ourselves as a council to financial costs from the planning inspector if it's decided. So, wasting public money, basically, if we're going to we shouldn't be recommending refusal on technical if our technical consultees have said otherwise, because it really exposes us as a council to they question our decision making at local level.
Right, okay. If there's no other questions for the officers, sorry, can I have quiet in the gallery, please? If there are no other questions for the officers, then I propose we go into debates. So we are now in debates. Councillor Thornton to start.
I'm happy to kick off because then it gives me more thinking time for actually have to stick my hand in the air one way or another. So, sort of summary of what we've been hearing, what we're faced with this evening. So, very interesting site visit this morning. Thank you for those who gave us access, who took us around. Quite a revelation for me because it's not a part of the district I know intimately. I know sort of going around it quite well, but to walk out of that bramble lane onto that beautiful open buttercup meadow, and you just sit there and you think, how can this be possible? We sit here as councillors with a very heavy responsibility on our shoulders. Samantha alluded earlier to our last call strategy. We had to deliver 164 houses a year. So this 135 units would pretty much be an annual delivery in times gone by. but through a combination of pressures upon us, despite the fact we are currently 93% green belt and 60% national landscapes. Unfortunately, this isn't in the national landscapes, which would have given them another level of protection. 135 houses doesn't even hit 10% of 1 year's worth of the requirements now upon our shoulders to deliver. I wanted to explore the ideas of deferring, just simply because it just seems uncomfortable to making a decision tonight, knowing we'd find out if this was included or not within the local plan. But I hear very strongly what we're being recommended. I also hear very strongly what the office is saying, and the public gallery responded to that. But it's an absolute valid point. If we've got technical consultees coming back to us not raising objections, we are not the technically experts to challenge that technical information, and that's how it would be perceived if it was to be taken to appeal to be looked at. So that gives us challenges over what things we can actually challenge this on. Access, interesting. As you say, it is one of the points we can look at. I'm still confused as to whether it is emergency access or not on Mead Lane. I get it's the LC whip, and I also get the point that you're making that actually there's a fire at the moment at Tottie's Barn. The fire engine would have to get down there anyway, and there's a turning point at the end of Mead Road, thank you, where the locals are currently using that, even though that's on the site, and I hope that will be maintained for the locals. It's obviously quite a key piece of access for them just to be able to use that road. We're faced with words like to argue things over highways, you need to show that something has got a severe impact on the road network. And 135 houses on that road. I mean, anyone who lives upon that road will already think it probably is severe, and it's not down to, and picking up on the flooding point as well, of course, it's not down to the developer to solve an existing water problem on Hever Road. That is down to KCC. It's their responsibility to make sure that they mitigate whatever they're doing on site to make sure it doesn't add to it. And likewise, their contribution to a station. You know, so they weren't specifically asked, but that potentially we will look to ask them to contribute, because at the moment not having disabled access at those stations is poor show, and we need to be pushing forward that for accessibility of travel. And that would be a pot of money which would come from a variety of places. Again, it's not their problem to solve, but they need to be contributing towards solving the problem with the additional residents they're bringing into Edenbridge. We're told that whether this site is in or out of the plan, it would make no difference. The recommendation will be the same. Well, it will make a difference to people of Edenbridge, because if it isn't in the plan, then it's another 135 units on top of whatever they might be allocated within the Regulation 19. And I can understand that you know, the people of Edenbridge will be feeling sore of that. But then again, so are so many residents around the whole of the district, because the demands on us to deliver this 1,164 houses a year is immense, and it's a complete shift in what we've had to look at before. It's a really, as I say, I walked out in that Buttercup Meadow today. I used to ride horses myself. It's a lovely equestrian set up there. We had a lovely walk around the countryside. We saw some beautiful little trees being grown in that fourth field to the right hand side. It's a sort of Kentish idyll, and you look across to the southern views, and they are gorgeous. And actually, the new houses would benefit from those views, whereas currently the industrial units aren't benefiting from those views. Although you will have an impact as you drive into Edenbridge from the south going north, looking across to the housing on that side. It's I think the planners have done a very, very thorough job, and they've given us the opportunity to look at what planning policy is saying and what we need to focus in on. I'm going to hand over to other people to discuss things now, but that's sort of how I'm viewing it at the moment. I don't think I've missed any key points as the kind of aspects we need to be looking at. It's as much as I'd like. So yeah, actually one thing I was going to say was, and this is something that came up with Samantha and I on a completely different application the other day about substantial harm. Yeah, this is a greenbelt site. We used to have a bar. We've talked about exceptional circumstances. We used to have a bar that said that you could. I'm trying to remember the wording now. It used to be to add no significant harm to. Say again.
No greater harm.
No greater. So that used to be the bar. If you're going to build on greenbelt, no greater harm to the greenbelt.
December 2024 is when it changed.
Is the changed, and that has changed to no substantial, saying to not cause substantial harm to the greenbelt. And the change in that just one word is significant. So we were looking at a simple application of just
one stable conversion going to a resi and going up by 1 floor. My parish is saying that's substantial, and I've been given examples on a national level where a similar setup has turned into 28 houses and still not considered to be substantial. So this is a different world that we're working in from what we've previously looked at, and what we've been able to try and protect our communities in the past in the Green Belt. So yes, I'm sort of slightly lost as what to do at this stage, but I'm very interested to hear what my fellow councillors have to say on this matter.
Yeah, if I just ask Ashley to clarify the point about the emergency access, because I think it is important to clarify that for us.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. You're unsure on whether it's an emergency access or not. So just to clarify, Mead Road, it's a cycle and walking access only, but Kent Fire and Rescue have confirmed that a walking and cycling access can be suitable as an emergency access, as Sam was explaining earlier. That can be through whether there's a series of bollards or something, so only pedestrians and cyclists come through, and then emergency vehicles would be able to lower those if they have to get in that way. I mean, obviously you've got another access that they would most of the time come in anyway. It's not a full-time emergency access by default. It's more primarily for pedestrians and cyclists, but it could be used for emergencies if required, is I think just to try and make that 100% clear.
In case of emergency, rather than direct all emergency traffic down there.
Okay, any other comments? Yes, Councillor Stretfield.
So just for the benefit of the gallery, I didn't declare an interest at the beginning as a Kent County councillor, but I think it's useful for people to hear. And that severe bar has only been used 6 times across the county in the last 2 years. So it's an extremely high bar. And I know these roads extremely well. I cycle in and out of Edenbridge from Chiddingstone all the time, and Hever Road is the road that I use. I think it's important that, and I'm not going to make myself popular with the gallery here, but it's important to note that at least half the traffic from Hever Castle uses Hever Road. So there is and that's 435,000 visitors a year. So probably 100,000 journeys going into Hever along Hever Road. So the addition of the 135 houses is actually a relatively small percentage increase, but residents are absolutely right. It is a bottleneck. It jams up all the time, but I can exactly see why Kent County Council have said there isn't going to be a severe additional impact to this. It's already a difficult place, as we've heard, but it's you can see why the technical advice has been what it is. I think residents are very rightly angry about this, because if we had a 5-year housing supply, then we wouldn't be considering this site. That is the bottom line. If we had a functioning local plan already in place, we wouldn't be considering this site. And it's that problem. And the evidence or the indication from the officers is completely clear. Given the situation we are in, we don't want to expose, and the legal advice was equally clear, we can neither defer nor refuse without generating a very, very significant risk to the council. And that those two things can be true at once, that the residents shouldn't be put in this position because it's a lack of political will over the course of the last 10 years that has meant we haven't got the local plan in place, but that we are in a position where our responsibility as councillors is to generate the housing that the town needs. Now, I'm aware that Edenbridge has, as of 21-22, has a requirement for at least 50 affordable houses. Now, there may have been some built in Champions Way and other places in Edenbridge since then. I'm advised that potentially another 100 have been built, but I don't think we've heard that today. But there's a very significant pressure for the amount of affordable housing which it could be relieved by the local plan, but we aren't able to take that into account this evening. We're only able to account to what is there right now. So it is with an extremely heavy heart that you have to vote for the application.
and hope that it is conditioned in such a way that it doesn't impact in all the ways that residents fear. But I don't see any other alternative that's given to us. Is there a planning ground that we can refuse on without exposing the council to significant risk? Doesn't look like it. But I absolutely feel the anger from the gallery, and it's righteous anger, because people shouldn't be put in the position in the first place, but we are here.
Thank you. Any other comments? No other comments? Right. We'll go to Councillor Malone and then Councillor Leyland.
I sometimes wonder why we're here. The greenbelt protections have been completely gutted by the government's introduction of this grey belt concept. We've got a planning balance that's tilted heavily in favour of additional housing, as Councillor Stretfield has just alluded to. We get a load of reports from statutory consultees who, frankly, I think many or most of us have got doubts about them and the quality of their attention that they apply to the applications that come across their desks, whether that be roads, water, whatever it may be. But because they don't raise any objections, we're really left without a basis to object. Got to say, I find the 1.5 point of entry that's proposed for this site, that it just looks deficient to me. I don't know the site, but just looking at the pictures, it just looks too small an access point. Given the amount of traffic on the Hever Road, and I'm really not convinced about suggestions that this site is sustainable. Walking and pedalling to the railway station or to Lidl or to Waitrose for your daily, weekly shop. I just can't see that happening at all. Whether that gives me sufficient grounds to object to it, I guess I'll find out in the next couple of minutes. But pretty uncomfortable yet again, the application in front of us, and frankly our opportunities to vote in a way that we would feel comfortable with.
There weren't any other indicating before, but if you want to go, and then if you want to come back.
I've listened very carefully to the fors and against, and it's led me to believe I don't really understand what's going on. The reserve matters are sort of sitting in the background, and there's lots of doubts about this site. So from that point of view, I'm minded to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? Yes, Councillor Camp and then Councillor Hudson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I could say I hate this job sometimes. I really do, because I completely hear what's going on, and we've been put in this position. We shouldn't be in this position. We should have a local plan. We should be able to refer to it. It's got worse and worse and worse. The Greenbelt has had restrictions. It's changed. We have a local plan that's not a local plan. We're going through the motions. So therefore we have these sites coming forward, and we are stuck because we need the housing, and we have the tilted balance, and it's so hard because my heart is saying no, 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 and my head is saying hang on a minute, because we need the housing, and if we make a wrong decision tonight, it could have huge financial implications for the council, and that's what we're sitting here to do, make a judgment on behalf of the council. And sometimes it's a position that is really difficult, extremely difficult. So I'm going to sort of hedge my bets, if that's the right way, in the huge amount of conditions to try and mitigate everything that's going along, because I can't see a reason to refuse it. And that's really tough because of all the reasons I've said. It's really tough. And I just think if we can condition it as much as you have. I can't see there's anything else to add. I just think if we do that, and if any of those conditions aren't met, it won't go ahead anyway. So I kind of have to put faith in the officer recommending this with the conditions. And I think that's really where I'm at. It's not an easy place. It's a rock and a hard place. I don't like it.
Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Chairman. I would really echo what Councillor Camp has said. With all the changes to the MPPF that this government has introduced, particularly that of grey belt, I have found it increasingly difficult to sit in this chamber, to review all the reports, to hear from very concerned councils and residents, and yet to learn from our officers and our legal representatives that basically we don't have any choice. As Councillor Malone said, what are we here for? You begin to feel like you've got not one arm, but both arms tied behind your back. We're supposed to be looking after the interests of our residents. And that is becoming increasingly impossible for us. I find evenings like this extremely difficult to weigh everything up and to vote, I have to say.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, how the world has changed in the 6 years that I've been a councillor, and in those early days, I felt that we were constrained by the then NPPF, what we could and couldn't do, and the reasons why we could or could not refuse an application. And we've had a number of iterations of the NPPF subsequent, the latest being in December 24 that the officer alluded to, which has really become, for want of a better term, sort of the thumbscrew of local planning, taking away a lot of our options and imposing the spectre of grey belt. That, looking through again, relating back to the comments that a number of residents have raised in their objections, and one that I read today commented that they felt that grey belt was disused petrol stations and sort of old industrial sites, and that was very much how the government portrayed it in the early days, to sort of sweeten the pill that they knew was going to explode in your mouth with all the taste of an iron tablet. I'm not going to get political because we're here to discuss this application, but I think it's disingenuous to suggest that 10 years of lack of political will to get a local plan over the line is factually incorrect. We've tried very hard to get a local plan over the line within that time frame, even going to judicial review. So it's not our fault that we find ourselves in this situation. And even if we had a local plan, I'm not entirely sure with the changes that the government are forcing on local authorities around the country at the moment, whether it would make a huge amount of difference anyway. I went on the site visit this morning. I'd like to thank the officers for arranging that. And it is quintessentially an idyllic Kentish view. And one of those, if you were to write a list of 10 places you would not want to change, it would be up there in that list of 10. And I've spent much of today trying to find reasons and questions for the officers to legitimately challenge the rationale. I've got lots of thoughts going through my mind. Probably, if all of us in this chamber, including the gallery, were to write a list of points, I don't think many of us would be far off the mark of a sort of mind reading. It's just difficult, and our legal expert has outlined some of the difficulties that the officers again have suggested where we could fall short, and some of my colleagues have also amplified their thoughts that we're boxed into a corner one way or another. I'm struggling to find a sufficiently strong reason to object. My heart's telling me to, but my mind is recognising we need that planning reason. Still giving an open mind in case any other member comes up with that. They find the silver bullet. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other comments, I can't see anyone's hand up, so we will move to a vote. So I propose, as per the agenda paper, the recommendation for approval, taking in into context the conditions and the late observations. So all those in favour of approval? Sorry, just the legal team has said higher, please. Sorry, just hands, just to count. Thank you. And all those against? Thank you. And any abstentions? Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. It is 9 o'clock, so I know some members may want a quick comfort break, so I suggest we come back here on 9:10.
Second person to speak. Okay, if we can start returning to our seats. Are we missing anyone? Councillor Shea. Okay, right. Okay, thank you, committee, for that. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is going to be presented by Nicola. So if you'd like to introduce it. We also have Emma from the planning policy team with us as well. Welcome, Emma.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application for the material change of use of land for the creation of 8 gypsy and traveller pitches, comprising up to 1 mobile home, 1 touring caravan, 1 day room and 2 parking spaces per pitch. As explained in the papers, the application follows an earlier refusal of a similar application for 8 gypsy and traveller pitches in 2023, and it may be helpful just briefly to explain the position and the reason for the change. So the previous application was refused on 3 grounds relating to Greenbelt, insufficient evidence regarding noise impacts, and in fact there was no evidence at that point, and insufficient detail on the access arrangements. Since that time, as you have been discussing, a number of changes have happened that have led to the current recommendation. In Greenbelt terms, we've had the introduction of Greybelt, which means that the development can now be considered appropriate in the Greenbelt. We've also had a review of our gypsy and traveller need, whereas this was not considered great at the time of the previous application. It is now significantly increased, and this reaffirms the strong presumption in favour of development. With regards to the technical issues of noise and access, the details now submitted, which include access drawings, a noise assessment, and details of acoustic mitigation measures are sufficient to secure no objection from Environmental Health or the Highway Authority. We've also had various appeal decisions relating to that are relevant, including a recent appeal decision on a Gypsy Traveller site, which dealt with issues of noise and landscape impacts, which underlines the very strong presumption in favour of granting permission for more Gypsy and Traveller pitches in the district. Moving on to the slides. So slide 2 shows the site outlined in red on the plan. The main part of the site is at the eastern end of the site, adjacent to the junction, the roundabout junction between the A20 and the A225 Dartford Road. The site is positioned on land between the A20 and M20 to the north. And there's a dense tree boundary surrounding the site. Farningham lies across the A20 to the south. And then you'll see the long access road in red leading westwards from the main part of the site and joining the A20 further to the west. This plan shows the site in its previous condition before the mobile units were moved on to the site. Essentially, it was a largely grassed site associated with former equestrian uses. It has had one mobile home, which has been subject to a lawful development certificate on the north side of that site. This slide shows the mobile home units and pitches in position, with the mobile home units arranged along the northern side of the site, with day rooms and provided as ancillary amenity space in a second mobile unit, as well as space for touring caravans and parking. Very simple diagram of the timber field gate access into the site. This drawing, which again has been approved by the Highway Authority, shows the access arrangements from the A20. It shows one way in on the approach from the west along the A20 into the site, and one way out with a left-hand turn only. Another fairly simplistic drawing of the acoustic barrier that would be erected around the mobile units sitting within the tree line. We have a condition attached to the recommendation which requires further details of the acoustic barriers to ensure that they provide adequate acoustic protection to the interior of the site. And this is the aerial view from 2024. It's the most recent aerial view we have. But you can see the mobile home units in position, surrounded by a fairly dense tree boundary. Those trees you'll see in the photographs coming up are mature, ranging from 10 to 15 meters. This image is taken on the opposite side of the A20, looking eastbound. So you'll see the access, the entrance to the site, or the in point and the out point further along the road. And this view shows the exit point from the site, and you'll see the access road leading up between the trees towards the mobile home site. Again, looking eastwards along the A20, there's no visual perception of the site from this point of the A20, and you'll see the dense, almost double layer of tree lined in front of the site from this position. So this image is as you stand on the western arm of the A25 A20 junction, looking across Dartford Road towards the site. The eastern end of the site are again behind the trees you can see in the foreground, just behind that red car. These images are on the right-hand one is adjacent to the garage on that roundabout, looking towards, again, the eastern end of the site. And in that image, you can just about see the fence line that surrounds the site. Obviously, these are summer photos, so the fence line would be more apparent during winter months, but it's fairly well screened at this time of year. But views of the fence are limited. Moving into the site, this is the internal access road bound by trees either side that leads towards leads eastward towards the mobile home site. And again, looking eastwards shows the arrangement of mobile homes on the site currently. And further eastwards on the site, this would be looking towards the roundabout that we just previously showed external views from. And this is a view back westwards, showing mobile homes arranged along the northern boundary. You can just about see signage from the M20, or on the M20, just behind that tree line on the right. And the full planning assessment and recommendation are set out in the committee papers, and there was no late observations for this item.
Thank you very much for that. So I'll move on to speakers. So we don't have a speaker registered against the application. For the application, I have Peter Brownjohn. If you'd like to come to the front to speak. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. We have against the application, for the application, town or parish representative, and then local members. So yeah, apologies for the misunderstanding.
Good evening. I'm Peter Brownjohn from WS Planning Architecture, who are agents on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Connors. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the applicant tonight. The officer has prepared a comprehensive and admirably positive assessment of the development proposal. As members may be aware, this site does have a storied planning history, and it is hopeful that it may soon finally conclude. I turn first to the Greenbelt matter. We support the conclusions of the officer both in respect of previously developed land and that, as determined previously by this council, the development does not cause substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt, as well as that the development complies with paragraph 155 of the MPPF. As recognised by the officer, no conflict with national policy regarding Greenbelt is now identified, whereas previously it was. Turning to the highways considerations, as demonstrated within the application documents and by way of Kent County Council, as Highways Authority having provided no objection, it is clear the previous reason for refusal in this regard has been overcome. In respect to the noise environment, it is recognised that the site is constrained in this regard, being set between two major roads. However, as highlighted by the officer, the council's consultees are now satisfied that, subject to the necessary mitigation being delivered through the imposition of conditions, there will be no objection to the development on the grounds of noise. I would add that due regard must also be given to what living conditions are experienced on the roadside for the travelling community. On the basis that the development complies with Greenbelt policy and is either PDL appropriate or Greybelt appropriate, we support the conclusions of the officer that the tilted balance is engaged, given there is a clear and accepted lack of supply in this district. On this basis, and in line with the officer comments, we support the conclusions that planning permission ought to be granted. The officer has provided significant detail in respect to material considerations. The LPA have a significant unmet need for gypsy and traveller sites, and this site would contribute towards meeting that immediate unmet need. There is the lack of a 5-year supply, which itself is a distinct consideration, and it has also been recognised that there is an ongoing failure of policy within the district. There is also a lack of available alternatives in the district and the inevitability that any other site will be located within the Greenbelt, given I believe one of the other councillors mentioned 93% of the district. The personal circumstances of the applicant are also of utmost importance, given the family's Article 8 rights are engaged, as are the best interests of the children. The loss of this site would render them homeless, resulting in significant hardship. The group includes extended family comprising 10 adults and 3 children, all of whom had not had a stable and settled base previously in their lives, and none of whom would be able to reside in bricks and mortar accommodation due to the unsuitability of such. There are also distinct and significant medical considerations, including the severe illness of one of the occupants. These matters are of significant importance and add substantial weight in favour of the grant of planning permission. As such, even were members to disagree with the officer and find the development inappropriate,
30 seconds,
or that some other reason for refusal may exist, the occupants group's profound personal circumstances in combination with the unmet need, lack of supply and lack of available alternatives, as well as the redevelopment of this PDL site, all weigh substantially in the favour of the grant of planning permission, such that the applicant considers no adverse effects of sufficient weight exist in this case, which do significantly and demonstrably outweigh the clear and immediate benefits of a grant of planning permission. On this basis, we invite members to agree with the conclusions of the officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We now have the parish representative, Councillor Kevin McEwell.
Thank you. Frontingham Parish Councils really supports Sevenoaks District Council in trying to find suitable sites for travellers across the district. We really fundamentally want to help travellers in finding the right sites in the district. However, this site we have to fundamentally object to as an inappropriate development in the Greenbelt in an unsustainable location. It would be unacceptable for us to give housing to anyone in this location. So why should it be acceptable for travellers to have to live in these horrific conditions sandwiched between the motorway and the A20? The Section 149 of the 2010 Equality Act means that local authorities have a duty to treat travellers as a protected characteristics in the same way they would for housing for anyone else. So the reasons for refusal remain as 2023. Your colleague did not mention that one of the reasons for refusal was suitable living environment could not be proved. It was not seen as a suitable living environment in 2023 and shouldn't be today. Since 2023, the government have now published, as well as the revised MPPF, the government's planning policy for traveller sites, which gives very detailed requirements on how you should consider traveller sites. This new guidance does require local authorities to give fair and equal treatment for travellers, whilst equally respecting the interests of the settled community. To achieve this, local authorities must protect the Greenbelt and not assume that sites for travellers are a grey belt. They must reduce the number of unauthorised sites, which this is, and try and reduce the tensions between settled and traveller communities. Really importantly, local authorities must be sure that the accommodation is in sustainable locations and that it can provide travellers with safe and appropriate access to health, education, welfare and employment. Now look at this site. This is the crossing point for kids to get to school. Now, if all the traffic did behave and did go at 40 miles an hour and everyone did go left where the word meant to go and right where they don't, but on this one stretch of road in the last 3 months alone, there have been numerous accidents, including the sad fatality of a policeman earlier this year. This is a dangerous location. No one should be expected to try and live here. Next slide, please. So nothing has changed. This is actually what's built. Now you see the statistics and lies in the acoustics report. If the most up-to-date mobile homes were employed, if a 3.5 metre fence is erected, those images were of a 1.5 to 2 metre fence. Yeah. This is what you're actually asking people to live in an environment that's prison-like. Can I look at the final slide, please? This is the view of the site. This is the edge of the North Downs National Park. This is the view to Sevenoaks with this site in the foreground. Sevenoaks, if you look to the right of this image, you've already given permission to 19 traveller sites in Hilltop Farm earlier this year. This approval would mean that 25 pitches are in Farningham.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. That is time. Thank you.
That's 15% of all the pitches you need across the entire district.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there are no local members registered to speak, but I presume they're speaking the debates. Yep, lovely. Okay. Right, we'll go to questions of the speakers first of all. Does anyone have any questions to the speakers? Yes, I'll go to Councillor Ball and then Councillor White.
I'd like to the local councillor. You were talking about the planning policy for the gypsy sites there, and you used a curious expression. Why is this gypsy site prison-like? Can you expand upon that a little bit? It sort of puzzled me a bit.
Yeah, I find the imagery you saw tonight in the slides to be quite deceptive. The only way that this site can be anywhere near the right decibels for acoustics is for a 3.5 meter fence to be completely surrounding the development. Now, you mentioned earlier about the site in Braested, that had a fence to one side against the motorway. This is literally a 3.5 meter fence. That's 3 times the average height of a 10-year-old kid, all the way around the entire site. So they're not looking at that lovely view that I showed. You talked earlier at the Eden Bridge project about people being able to appreciate that beautiful view. The people living in this site can't appreciate that view. They've been told to look at this 3.5 meter high fence completely around their site. I don't even think prisons would have conditions like that.
Councillor White.
Thank you. I wonder if it's possible to get the parish councillors, Kevin McGow, first slide back up, because there's some imagery there and some drawings on that slide. So what we've got here is an indication in the red arrows on the right of the screen indicating the entrance in and the exit out. And then we also have the entrance onto the A20 from London Road, and that's obviously a congregated area. You said about the fatalities and the collisions along that stretch of road. Have you got any further statistics? And whilst there is entrance into that area, there's no street signage from that image about slowing down or turning right or exits. I wondered if you can explain anything more about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to challenge KCC because they've suggested this is suitable from an access point of view, not from a living point of view, not from a sustainable location point of view. So this image is just trying to show you that if people behave, so there's a no left turn, there's a no right turn. However, I personally have seen in the last 3 months a number of accidents happening with people taking a right turn when they shouldn't and taking a left turn when they shouldn't either. And that's what's causing the collisions, the fatalities. We're talking about 3 air ambulances arriving at this point within the last 3 months alone. So that's not even in the statistics yet. And that's because of the speed. So you're basically at a point where it's meant to be 40 miles an hour in the foreground and you go to 70 miles an hour where that vehicle is. However, people are really going from the Farningham roundabout, which is at the junction with the A225, and people are speeding up to 70 miles an hour at this point. So vehicles are commonly coming here at 70 miles an hour when you have this confusion of crossings. Now, I actually went on Sunday and tried to cross here myself on a Sunday when it's not very busy, and I could not get across the road safely. The bus stop for the kids, which is opposite, which the kids would have to get to a local school from that bus stop. Again, in the last 3 months, a major accident happened where someone took an illegal right-hand turn, 3 vehicles upturned, and one almost hit a couple sitting, waiting at that bus stop, and another vehicle fell on top of a car to the left-hand side. This is an incredibly dangerous location, and we're going to suggest that people, not only that living in the prison-like environment within the site, but then when they try to leave the site, they're putting themselves at risk of death here. I don't believe you would consider this site suitable for any other housing use. So why should it be suitable for travellers to have to live in this horrific environment?
Yeah, Councillor White.
Sorry, I've had my mic on all the time. I didn't realise. So there's no traffic calming measures there on the site that we're seeing. On the other side of the Farningham Road roundabout, you've got average speed cameras that have been installed, I think just a little over a year and a half. Is that doing the job? If that isn't, is the average speed cameras reducing the speed?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this road was commonly officially known as Death Hill because of the number of deaths on this hill, on the road junction. So after many years of campaigning, Farningham Parish Council has got them to put speed cameras between the Farningham roundabout going towards Brands Hatch, for those who know the location. However, the same issues, the same speeding, the same deaths, the same accidents are happening on this stretch of the road coming from the Farningham roundabout up towards the Swanley Junction. Now, we have appealed and appealed with Kent County Council to try and put speed cameras in here as well. They've refused to do so. We have appealed for them to put cameras in to police the no right turns and no left turns, because we've seen that happening commonly, and that's been causing the accidents. But Kent County Council have refused to do so, and there is no plans at this point for speed cameras to be on this junction. So it does mean, unfortunately, that at that point, at that crossing point, people are going at 70 miles an hour. And many of the people, including coming from this site, are taking illegal left or right-hand turns, and that's what's causing major accidents. So in theory, if people did behave, maybe the access can work. In theory, if the applicant did build a 3.5-meter fence and did buy the most expensive mobile homes, which we've been told are not available, then maybe this could be seen as acceptable in terms of noise decibels. It still does not mean it's an acceptable place to live, and it still does not prove that this is a sustainable location. And in the new guidance for planning and traveller sites, you should not be assuming this is a grey belt site. You need to prove it's a sustainable location, which it clearly is not, despite your officer's recommendations.
Okay, are there any more questions to the speakers? If not, Councillor Malone.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a couple of questions to the agent. You've heard Mr. McGo's comments around the need for 3.5-meter fencing, that you would ideally want top quality accommodation to make the site as livable as possible. You've heard his observations around the noise coming from the road. You've heard his observations about how dangerous that road junction is. I'd just be interested in your view and the applicant's view on why this is a site they want to be in, given all those, I think, quite reasonable critical observations.
That's a fair question. So the planning policy for traveller sites sets out paragraph 13, a sustainable site for gypsies and travellers. The National Planning Policy Framework directs, I think it's footnote 56, that decision makers have regard under 155B to paragraph 13 of the PPTS. Now, gypsies and travellers, historically, they have had to live on the roadside because there has been a woeful shortage of sites up and down the country everywhere, which leads them to unauthorised encampments, disputes with the settled community, and very difficult living. Children don't get education, you don't get access to healthcare, so any site is better than no site, pretty much. In terms of the 3.5-meter fencing, that is only along the boundary with the M20. It's 3 meters on the southern boundary with the A20, and it is always open to the applicants and the occupants to do landscaping internal to that fencing. There's nothing that prevents them from doing that. There will be landscaping on the external side, but internally landscaping can also be achieved. So it is a bit more of a nicer view inside of the site. But at the same time, if they weren't living here, they would be looking at roads. They would be on the roadside. In terms of the access, the road, I don't really have any comment. I mean, Kent County Council went through this in 2022. We worked with them with a high-risk consultant and eventually agreed that there were safe access arrangements that could be there. Unfortunately, there are some drivers who are not great drivers. So.
Okay, if there's no more questions to the speakers, we'll go to questions of the officers. Yeah, I'll go Councillor Thornton and then Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I see that Emma sat there. So I'm going to take the opportunity to ask you this. We just heard about woeful shortage. Well, in my mind, we never had a woeful shortage. We had a manageable shortage until the latest GTAA. What's happened? What's the significant shift in 3 years that suddenly we've gone from 43, 31 up to 192, now down to 185? What's happened?
Yes, you're correct. So the 2022 iteration of the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment identified a need for 43 additional pitches over the plan period. That was superseded in July 2025 by the 2025 iteration of the GTAA. At the point it was superseded, we were down to a need of 12 pitches remaining. So we were making really good progress. We'd met the identified 5-year need within just 2 years.
I say under my portfolio ship, yes.
We then had a new planning policy for traveller sites and a new national planning policy framework, which were published in December 2024. And we updated the GTAA in the early part of 2025 to bring that in line with the updated national policy, but also to provide evidence for the new plan period, which is now up to 2042. And that identifies a need for 192 new pitches. That is clearly a really significant and dramatic increase in need. There's a number of reasons for that. Firstly, on our existing sites across the district, there is an increase in the number of people that are living on these pitches. There's also a very high percentage of people under the age of 18 who will likely need a new pitch within the plan period. And also, as part of the 2025 GTAA, we had a really high response rate from our Gypsy and Traveller community across the district, which is really positive in terms of showing engagement with Gypsy and Traveller community, which is typically a hard to reach group through planning. But it does mean that the need shows a significant increase for that reason. We currently have granted pitches, so 11 pitches since that GTAA came into force. So that's brought our need down to 181 pitches. And the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment sets out a range of recommendations in order to meet that remaining need, including looking at potential household dissolution on council-owned sites, assumed turnover on council pitches, as well as site intensification and regularisation of unauthorised sites in suitable and sustainable locations. That would bring our pending need down to about 70 pitches. And so it is the council's intention to meet that remaining need in full through the local plan process. The one caveat to that is that the recommendations set out in the GTAA do depend on these sites coming forward through the planning application process. And so we do still expect to rely on some windfall pitches coming forward through the development management process.
And if I can follow up, so GTAA, Gypsy Traveller, show people, the classification, I mean, personal feedback I'm hearing is that there's potentially more people joining these communities with no fixed abode previously, and it's almost been used as a home. How is that classification set, and how is it managed and governed? You know, are these genuinely places for Gypsy Traveller and show people? Or is it for other, is that one of the reasons why the numbers have increased as well? That potentially there's other people who perhaps haven't got the historic roots in those communities?
So the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment essentially looks at our existing sites and our existing community within the district as a starting point for identifying need. So the majority of that 192 pitches is from sites across the district, be that permanent, temporary or unauthorised sites. But it does account for a small amount of need in terms of people moving into the district.
Right, I have Councillor Shea, then Councillor Paul Darrington, then Councillor Lawrence Ball.
Thank you. So I hear Mr. Brownjohn's point about any site is better than a roadside site, and Councillor Maguire's compassion and his concern about about the quality of the site. And I just need some guidance really, please, from officers about the responsibility and the policy framework that we have available to us in terms of being able to act on that question of living environment, please. I need to understand that a bit better. And I know we've got conditions in here about landscaping on the inside of the fenced area, but I'm not clear what we're looking to be achieved by that condition. So I'd like to understand that too, please.
Yes, so I mean, in terms of our policies, in terms of the development plan, we have policy that seeks to secure acceptable amenity for existing occupiers and for neighbouring residents. Within national policy, there's also the intention to secure healthy living environments. In terms of the landscaping condition, it currently focuses partly on the hedgerow on the other side, on the external side of the proposed fence line. And just to be clear that in the images I showed you that there is a fence line already and there is space within. So it is a fairly kind of a contained enclave. That fence would increase, but there is then opportunity to improve landscaping within the site if that is something that I can't remember the detail of the condition. Ash, have you got it?
Yeah, condition 9 does specifically refer to the soft landscaping shall include details of retained and proposed planting within the site. The latter to include, but not limited to, proposals for native species, hedgerow planting. So, yeah, then the consideration of improving within the actual application site has already been taken into account in the conditions.
But I'm not clear really from it what it is that we're looking to achieve. So what we're seeing is a small site sandwiched between two main roads with 3.5 metre fences surfaced with hardcore or hard surfacing. Sorry, that's a better phrase. And I want to understand what you're hoping that this landscaping condition will achieve in terms of delivering a livable environment for the occupants.
I think from the occupant's point of view, and I have spoken to the applicant, they already feel like it's their home and they are happy there. I think we can certainly, within that landscaping condition, see improvements internally to help potentially soften the impact of the fencing of increased height.
And sorry, just one more on the landscaping point, if I may. Is air quality dealt with? I'm sorry if I've missed it. Have we got it in terms of whether it's through planting, through fencing, through other things where there's a
it's
that close to the motorway?
Yeah, so
is my anxiety.
It is referenced in the report, and it's not something that our environmental health team were concerned about.
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Paul Darrington, and then Councillor Lawrence Hall, and then Councillor Chrissy Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 209 refers to drainage. Apparently they're relying on cesspools at the moment as a preference for connection to the public sewer. Would it be a requirement, and if so, who would pay?
A requirement to connect to public sewer?
That's right.
I think in terms of guidance, that's the preference, that a case has been put forward that it will be difficult to connect to public sewer. So they will be looking at alternative in-site options, but we have a condition that requires them to demonstrate that a suitable treatment of foul sewage is provided on site.
Just to add further clarity on that, that's condition 11, and the Environment Agency would specifically be consulted on that one as well. So they would be the ones to say whether they're happy with the foul drainage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ball.
Sorry, also looking at concentration of gypsy and traveller pitches we were discussing. On your paragraphs 212, 213 around there, you mentioned that because the Farningham Parish Council clearly feel that they've got more than their share in the district, which is absolutely true. Farningham is a very small village. And despite being a small village, and call it a big district, if you will, it has 17% of there. But it's not just Farningham. It's also South Darrants. It's also Swanley. It's also Hextable. Also has, and sadly, in our allocation, if you think that we have 93% greenbelt, surely this the allocation, if we're going to have new gypsy pitches made, surely we should spread them around a little bit fairer. I mean, it seems to me there's a huge imbalance in this, and there's far more going to the north of the district. And I'm sorry, the people in the north of the district don't like it. The imbalance, that is.
Yeah, I think you're right. Farningham has about 17% of pitches in the district. I think, and the north does have a large concentration, and I think that's to do with connections to the road network. It's also that there's a historic connection to agriculture and nursery operations in the north of the district, which has led to that position. The planning policy for traveller sites sets out key issues to consider, and that includes issues of need and personal need, but it also does reference at paragraph 26 that we didn't need to have regard to whether to the sites in terms of the scale, or to ensure they don't dominate the nearest settled community and avoid placing undue pressure on local infrastructure. So that is a consideration, but the test is about kind of the dominance of a settlement rather than it wouldn't be relevant to apply a mathematical calculation on distribution there. So we're thinking about whether these existing pitches dominate the community. I think it's fair to say this site is very well contained and screened, and doesn't it's almost imperceptible from Farningham. There is a dotting around of other pitches in the parish, and there are a number further north. Hilltop is obviously a substantial part of that concentration within Farningham. But I think also it's relevant to think about whether these sites put undue pressure on the local community, and in terms of use of services, it's the sites are obviously within, or the site is obviously within easy reach of Swanley, relatively easy reach of West Kingsdown. So it's not expected that this population would, or the combined population of gypsy and travellers would overwhelm or cause problems for the community in terms of existing services. I don't know whether, Emma, is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Not on that point, but I was just going to go back around the proportion of sites within the north of the district, and you are correct that a larger proportion of the sites are to the north of the district, around that top element of the district. I would also just flag that very much matches with national landscapes boundaries. So the northern portion of the district, and not saying that there aren't some permitted sites within national landscapes, but there are the majority of those are outside of the national landscape. So when you look at the map of the Kent Downs going across the centre of the district, and the High Weald to the south, there is that the northern portion of the district covering Swanley, Hextable, the north of Farningham, Hartley and New Ash Green, and also the band covering Edenbridge across, which have a higher concentration of sites.
Thank you for your response. Incidentally, I don't think anybody's ever suggested that the gypsy community is going to overwhelm any society in any way, and I don't think they're viewed as a threat, any kind of threat in that way. But don't agree with the fact. I think it is unacceptable that there is too much in the north of the district, and really, I think something should be done in the policy in that regard.
Okay, Councillor, I had Councillor Hudson, then Councillor Cole, and then Councillor Darrington again.
Thank you, Chairman. There's quite a lot in the report and in discussion about harm to the green belt and lots of other things. I'm a bit more concerned about harm to the children on that site. I wouldn't like my children to grow up living between two major road networks. The air quality there, I don't think it's ever been tested, but must be appalling. And this issue of acoustic fencing, there's very little landscaping up there if you go to look. The children really have very little area to play. As a parent and a grandparent, I'm really concerned that it's not a suitable location for families, and surely we could find somewhere better for them.
Councillor, was that a question? This felt more like a comment. Was that questioning to the officer?
Unless we've got some air quality figures, I can't find anything in the report.
No, again, it's not an issue that environmental health raised as a specific concern. I mean, it is fair to say that the site is surrounded by really mature, tall trees. So that I've been on site, I think, 3 times now, and you hear the road noise, but it does feel like a secluded enclave within that. And as I say, the applicant is clearly kind of committed to the site and happy with the site for his children. It's well laid out. It does have space, although they've chosen to hard landscape it at the moment. So yeah, I understand your concerns, and the noise is there, but the experience on site is perhaps a little different than the photos give credit for.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Without labouring a point, I'm just going to go back on what Councillor Hudson says. Air quality concerns. Para 171 simply says environmental health has not raised concerns regarding air quality. So have we tested? Have we put any monitors up? I mean, how has environmental health decided that there's no air quality issues? And then I appreciate you say that you've been on site 3 times. Para 24, environmental health has clearly stated that noise at this site is extremely high due to its position between the M20 and A20. Now that's quite a profound statement. And we know that originally the environmental health officer objected. A new sort of noise report came through, but Para 167 states that this updated noise assessment takes into account the use of modern residential homes, and these are not modern; these have been relocated. So I'm questioning whether our assessment or our satisfaction with the mitigation regarding sound has met its target, or whether in fact we're being told one thing and then maybe at some point in the future, when the families can afford or actually manage to get a new mobile home with better insulation. And Para, where is it? 123 tails off with the needs of the child being a primary consideration. Significant weight is given to the need case, and I'm just wondering, with 2 children who are significantly ill, we don't know what the conditions are, but significantly ill, another member of that group with severe underlying health problems, and they're wedged between a motorway and a busy A road. I'm yet to be convinced that it's a suitable location for their general ongoing health.
Yeah, so there was changes to the noise submissions through the course of the application, and the proposals for the acoustic fence were put forward, and the noise environment reassessed. So there's two elements. There's the acoustic fence, and then there's the use of more modern static homes. That doesn't mean new. It means mobile homes that comply with a British standard dated from 2015. So they could be still of some age and meet those requirements. I understand from liaison with the agent that the intention of the applicant, if planning permission is secured, that they will invest in those mobile homes, and we have a condition that addresses that, as well as a condition that ensures the fence is of an appropriate density to secure that noise environment. So it has been agreed with our environmental health officer. It's probably worth saying, and this differs in some senses, that the appeal for the site in Braested, Old Trafford Goods Yard, the inspector found that the noise environment was unsatisfactory, but that still outweighed the need to provide for that community, and the personal need of that appellant, that those occupants, was put above that noise environment. And that site is directly adjoining the M25. So I think that's where we're at with the consideration of noise.
Okay, I've got Councillor Paul Darrington, Councillor Cathy Morgan, and then Councillor White.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Considering the speed that vehicles travel on this road, vehicles exiting the site will primarily be caravans and trailers and commercial vehicles. Have the visual displays been checked, and are they satisfactory?
So the Highways Authority is satisfied with the access arrangements that have been put in place, and as shown on the drawings.
And there's also a condition 8, to make sure that the road markings, which I think were on one of Nicola's slides, will be retained in perpetuity, which is sort of restricts some of that coming out of the access to the site in the wrong direction. I think it's a restriction on the right-hand turning, if I remember correctly, is it?
Could the visual displays be improved at all?
I mean, it's not something that the Highway Authority has advised. I note that the speed limit on approach, so as you would access, it drops to 40 miles an hour. I mean, I appreciate the speaker's concerns. It is a fast stretch of road. I agree with that point. The site has been used now since the end of, I think the occupants moved on at the end of 2022. I appreciate that there's been more recent incidents, but the crash map data, which is used by the Highway Authority, suggests that there hasn't been an incident. That their data only goes up to the end of 2024. So between the moving on and the end of 2024, there was no incidents reported. So I think the Highway Authority would have drawn on that. They draw on their knowledge of the road network, the restrictions in place, and they've confirmed they're satisfied with the arrangements. I mean, it would be if they felt there was an issue, they are able to increase signage. But I suppose it's also worth saying that the access has been in use for some time to that site, and it has been upgraded to reflect the new use.
Okay, I have Councillor Cathy Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. One concern I have is if we're granting permission for these 8 pitches, are they family to the people that are already on the site? Or are we likely to be putting 2 different clans in together, which could cause a massive friction and cause us more problem with police?
So we have some detail of the personal circumstances of the occupants of each of the 8 units. They are family and extended family and groups that have travelled, or individuals that have travelled together for some time. So my understanding is that they are one group.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor White, then Councillor Cole, and then Councillor Thornton.
Thank you. I still have to return to the speed issue. It's interesting that we're referring to KCC Highway not having concerns, but I just wonder, does Sevenoaks Planning Department have concerns over the speed of the road? And I say that on the basis of when we were talking previously on other occasions about Pedden Place, it has been noted to the infrastructure team that are working on it that that road is subject to fatalities. It seems to be a juxtaposition that for the local plan we're saying one thing, but for this locality we're saying, well, KCC haven't raised any concerns. It's not an issue. Where do we stand?
As with all applications, we take technical advice from the statutory consultee on this issue. It is a fast-moving road. I realise that, but they would have taken that into account in giving their advice and in reviewing the access drawings. There's probably not much more I can say on that point.
Okay, Councillor Perry Cole.
Thank you. Just for clarity, really. Sorry, Nicola, if I missed your point, but the air quality issue and the environmental health. And I'm trying to reconcile our position. We're here looking at the planning aspects, obviously, but equally we're also as councillors corporate parents. So if we are endorsing a family to move into a location which is inherently bad for all their health, not just the children, and we're sort of supporting it and qualifying them to live in those conditions, how does that open the council up to future complaint? But again, I'd just like to know what have environmental health done to satisfy themselves that they're happy to say they've got no, not to raise any objections on the site.
I mean, in their role, they regularly they would review applications and raise concerns where they see them. And in this case, they haven't raised air quality. I mean, I can't speak in too much detail in terms of monitoring in the district. I know they do monitor, and air quality management zones have been allocated in areas, and this isn't one of those areas. So yes, they have a role to review and comment on planning application submissions, covering the issues that is within their remit, and air quality is within their remit. So we would expect them to raise air quality if they had concerns in that regard.
Okay, Councillor Thornton.
Thank you. Just looking at the site map and hearing about children crossing roads to school, is there an option to put a gate into the acoustic fencing so there's pedestrian access out to the roundabout where at least traffic is coming down to standstills?
They have put a path in that direction, and when I referred to a crossing in my report, I didn't mean by the following the long route, long access road out to that part of the A20, but there is a crossing point on the arms of the roundabout. Again, it is a fast moving road, and but I have done that crossing, and then it is a fairly short walk onwards into Farningham. But yes, that access is available.
I can say it's a long walk down the path all the way back to the junction where the road's coming in Biffy Camp. I don't know who owns the land between their acoustic fence and the roundabout, and whether that's acceptable to walk over. I mean, is that another issue?
They certainly have a path there at the moment that they're
Easy access to the garage as well from
yes,
that
exactly.
point.
Yeah.
Okay, I only have Councillor White left. White.
Save the best till last. Just carrying on from Councillor Cole's comments about environmental health, going back to when Councillor Hogarth was appointed leader, he did provide some concerning statistics at the Farningham Parish Council meeting, which I then referred along with another parish councillor as part of the patient participation group to the local medical practice some concerns, and we raised with the council through various channels that the statutory or stationary air monitoring device that had since been removed, we did ask for the mobile air monitoring devices to be positioned in that area. So we have tried to do something about environmental health. I don't know if mobile air monitoring is still available and whether that would be considered.
I'm probably talking into an area that I have limited knowledge on in terms of how environmental health choose to or where they choose to monitor. As I say, I can't really say. I don't think I can say any more. But they haven't raised this as a consideration. I think in considering, we have to recognise that this is the applicant's choice of site, or choice within reason. We have to, in our public sector equality duty, promote opportunities for communities with protected characteristics, and we have to give consideration to people's right to family life and to use their property. It's not an unequivocal right. It has to be taken into account how that balances with other with the wider public interest. But I think at this point in time, we also have to put it in the context of the need and the fact that if this application is refused, the applicant would then be forced to take up a roadside existence. There aren't sites that they can move on to. So I think I understand the concerns, and they have been concerns that we have considered in the past. And 3 years ago, our consideration was different. But I think those factors now weigh very heavily in favour of approving the site as it is.
Okay, I've got Councillor Morgan and then Councillor Purvis.
When I first started to read this, I read that we were looking at 8 pitches. But then when you go down into the decisions or items for decisions, we're actually looking at the possibility of an extra 24 sites, pitches, visitors, caravans, which is a lot different from the 8 that you imagine is coming in initially.
The permission is for eight pitches. Typically, on a Gypsy and Traveller pitch, you would have main accommodation, ancillary accommodation. You'd also have room for touring caravans. On this site, the day room takes the form of another mobile home, but that they wouldn't be main living accommodation. And we have conditions that, well, the permission is for 8. And then we have conditions that mean that the additional mobile home shouldn't be used as a separate for a separate family unit or a separate individual. So there is a condition that would enforce the number.
Okay, can I just ask one other? Sorry. Are we looking at overcrowding the site?
I think the report says, and the speaker for the applicant mentioned that there are 10 adults and three children on the site. There are 8 pitches, so that limits the number. So no, I'd say no on that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Purvis.
Thank you. If this council gives planning permission for this site, knowing that there's noise pollution, knowing there's air pollution, and knowing it's a dangerous road to cross, would the council have any liability if things do go wrong to the occupants, like health-wise or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
In short, no, we wouldn't, because the recommendation is based on technical advice advice from technical consultants, and things like air quality and such like is also covered by separate legislation as well. And our environmental health officer has not raised any objections on that ground, so we wouldn't be liable for any sort of particular issue in that regard.
Okay, right. Are there any other questions of the officers? No. Okay, yeah, no, indeed. And we obviously still have this application and 2 more to determine. So, and as it's 10:15, I will need to move from the chair. In accordance with Rule 16.1 of Part 2 of the Constitution, members extend the meeting beyond 10:30 p.m. for as long as necessary to enable the council to complete the business on the agenda. So, all those in favour of that, thank you very much. Okay, we are now in debate. So over to a debate. Councillor Thornton.
As you know, I like kicking off. Can I just compliment the applicant on his rather splendid driveway? I looked at that and thought, ooh, it'd be rather nice to see some of the KCC roads looking a little bit like that one. Very, very nice tarmacking, and much wider than I thought it was going to be as well, actually. It's good to see the photograph. As far as air quality is concerned, so I live, I represent a community on the A25. And in the time that I've been a councillor over the last 15 years, we've gone from having roadside monitorings to actually not needing them anymore. So there's been a massive shift in air quality concerns. I haven't seen stats the last year or so, but certainly, and there's obviously a massive drop off in COVID because everyone wasn't going anywhere. And at one stage, we had some really, really good results. But even coming back from COVID, the key difference being people moving to electric and hybrid cars, but also the biggest fouling, or the thing that makes the air quality the worst is idling. And of course, here actually you've got very fast moving traffic. And even though you've got the roundabout, they're not idling, they're approaching and they are going off. So I can understand why environmental health haven't flagged this as having any need for air quality control. I absolutely understand the need for noise mitigation. And I can see that, and I can see that they've taken their role very seriously on that. They weren't happy to start with. They came back and they still had some concerns. And it was the third bite of the cherry when they said, actually, yeah, on balance, it will be. We have a family here who are already in situ, in a situation where they're happy to be reasonably close together because they're family members. They've clearly put the infrastructure in to support themselves. Who are we to say they can't? I mean, obviously we can. We are here to say they can. I can't live here, but it's their choice. There's an element of buyer beware here. We can put mitigation in place to try and improve the lives of people who will be, but there's a family here who are happy to be together and happy to found a place where they feel they can be together and live together in an environment which is yes, it's greenbelt, but under new laws, that's out the window. We have a need. We have a parcel of land here. Not everyone's cup of tea, but here's a family who feel that is an acceptable area for them to be all together, raise their children. I'm glad to hear there's a pedestrian outfit. I was exit because I was worried about it going all the way back there to come across busy roads. And actually, there is little islands here. They're only going to be crossing bits at a time. It's not brilliant, I agree, and I'm sure there'll be adults holding hands. I hope to see them over the road. But that's a lot better than what I was imagining. KCC and their statistics, again, well behind the time. We know we've had issues on this road very tragically recently. But this is a situation where if they can get out there to roundabout, then it's a lot easier to get access to some facilities. Yeah, it's I have no reason to go against what you got in the report here, and although I hear concerns raised by councillors here, and you know, there's a bit of element of, wouldn't it be better if we put them sort of somewhere less noisy, less actually. There's a family here who've chosen this for a role. Are we going to make it legitimate, or aren't we? As far as where these traveller pitches are, yes, there is a feeling there's a lot there. Yes, there's a feeling there's a lot down there. But as explained by the officers, that's where there's no national landscapes. That's where the opportunity is for these particular sites, which are grey belt sites, can come ahead because they're in areas of national landscapes. They wouldn't be getting permission there. So yeah, again, keeping an open mind for now, but I think it's a tight site with a fabulous driveway. Yeah, at this moment in time, I tend to support the recommendation to approve.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with Councillor Thornton's comments, or at least just a few of them. Yes, it is a fast moving road, both the M20 and the A20, not when the Dartford Toll Tunnel is congested, not when Brands Hatch is on. So I'm afraid that there is a lot of air quality concerns. Farningham and Halton Kirby in South Downth live in a valley, and we see regularly the mist forming the low level aspects that impact that valley and impact that particular area. Separate to this discussion, I contacted KCC and Kent Police to understand the volume of incidents of speeding vehicles that travel along the A20. And since the average speed cameras were introduced in November 24, there have been 3,500 vehicles speeding along that road. So they're compliant within the 60-mile-an-hour zone, but as soon as they hit that 40-mile-an-hour zone, and as we saw from the parish councillor's first slide, that is right at the spot of the exit of this site. Vehicles aren't slowing down for the speed. We've had numerous accidents. I think the officer said that you've only got data going back to 2024 that you can refer to. I just look at the media coverage and the fatalities in November 25 and the 19th of March along this stretch of road. I was a passenger of a vehicle that was exiting the garage, which wasn't shown in the passenger slide. And I kept saying to the driver, "You cannot turn right." He said, "Watch me." I've never been so scared when the vehicles are coming down, and I won't get into that car again with him again. It is a dangerous road. Yes, it is very fast. Yes, there can be idling traffic. Junction 3 is not suitable as it is. It has too much traffic. We have traffic queuing on the A20 to come onto that M25 roundabout. When that M25 roundabout is chocker, it congeals everywhere. I'm sorry, it's just not safe, that road. That's my objection.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? See any other hands up? Oh, yeah, of course. Vicky, do you want to? Yep.
Okay. Can I just say that the speed and noise and smells coming from the A20, M20 is not a material planning consideration. So you shouldn't be giving great weight to that, because if it was the development itself that was causing the smells and the noise and the disturbance, then that would be a material planning consideration. But we're talking about the M20, A20 being, and in those, because of the concerns, the conditions that are being proposed will mitigate some of that to ensure that the public sector equality duty is met for the travellers.
I had Councillor White, then Councillor Stretfield, then Councillor Malone.
I understand what you're saying. In reality, that entrance, that exit, we see people coming out of that exit, going across lane 1, cross lane the fast lane 2, into lane 1. We've seen accidents there. We've had the parish councillor talking about the cars that have been overturned. Air ambulances, multiple vehicles, emergency vehicles are at that spot. So whilst you're saying the accommodation at the top might meet all the technical aspects, the entrance and the exit has got improper signage, it's got improper preventative turning spaces. I don't think the spay is good enough. I wouldn't walk across that crossing alone or with a dog. It's dangerous. The whole thing is dangerous. So I'm sorry, but I think with planning, we've got to look at the entrance and exits to locations to see if it's suitable. We've just discussed a very narrow road on the previous application. It'd be wrong of me to ignore that particular spot.
If we go to Councillor Stretfield next.
Yeah, I've just been on the air quality management website, government website. It's not, there was an air quality management zone that covered this area previously. There's not anymore. So clearly, as Councillor Thornton said, it's improved sufficiently for there not to be an air quality issue in that area. And whilst I agree the reality of that situation with Councillor White, we've just been given some pretty clear direction that it's not a material consideration when we're making our decision.
Thank you. Councillor Malone.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the concerns that many members have expressed about this site and its impact on the applicants is very laudable. I certainly wouldn't want to live there, but they do, and I don't think we've got a strong basis to reject the application.
Thank you. Right. Are there any other comments? If not, I propose, as per the agenda paper, that the application is approved subject to the conditions mentioned in the report. All those in favour of the recommendation? And those against? And abstentions? No, okay, that is carried. Okay, on to the next item on the agenda paper. So we have Elliot presenting.
Good evening, everyone. So for item 4.3, it's an application for permission in principle for the erection of dwellings with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 9. The site address is Church End on Ash Road. So just for context, under a permission in principle, it's a slightly different process than planning applications. So these are applications done in 2 stages. The first one being the permission in principle, which solely looks at the principle of the application itself. So that is based on location, land use, and quantum of development only. And further details come in at a later stage under technical detail application. So under this application, we've got the site location plan here. So with the red line boundary marking where the site is located. I've added this constraints plan. So as you can see, we have got the urban confines of New Ash Green to the north, located at approximately 320 to 330 meters from the application site. The entirety of the site is washed over by the Metropolitan Greenbelt. And what you can see in orange is the 75-meter buffer from a high pressure pipe. So this is the second application for the site. The first one having been refused solely on concerns over the buffer zone. Since that application, an officer from SGN went out on site and was satisfied that there would not be any danger to the pipeline, and they withdrew their objection. In terms, sorry, it's been a long night, mate. Also, just for context of the site, to the north, there is the development of Oasthouse Nurseries that was granted for 18 dwellings and the appeal was allowed. I note that in that appeal decision, the planning inspector did not consider that those 18 dwellings constituted substantial harm in the Greenbelt. Also directly to the north of the site, so High Lee, very recently a permission in principle was granted for that site for dwellings between 1 and 9. And again, in that decision, the site was considered as being both sustainable and the harm to the Greenbelt not to be substantial. So in terms of the site photos, this is taken from Ash Road looking onto the development at Oasthouse Nurseries, which is still in construction, as you can see at the back. This shows views north from Ash Road going towards New Ash Green. And you can appreciate that there is that pavement that runs all the way to New Ash Green. This is a view looking south towards the site. So again, with that pavement leading towards the site in the background. So it's just another view from Oasthouse Nurseries. Sorry, I'm going backwards. It has been a long night. This shows the entrance to High Lee, which is a site where a permission in principle was granted for between 1 and 9 dwellings. Here we get onto the actual application site itself. So this is Church Ends, the residential dwelling in situ. This shows the access point further to the rear of the site, which is under the ownership, but wouldn't form part of the application site itself. This is a view looking east towards the main dwelling that you can see here, as well as the neighbouring dwelling, Ash Grange. Again, another one to give an idea of the boundary treatments that surround the sites to the north. So that boundary between High Lee and Church End consists of fairly large and mature trees that run all the way along that boundary. Again, that is showing that, that boundary treatment along that side. here again, Ash Grange. So it's important to note that the site is contained within pre-existing developments. So it isn't in an isolated location in terms of surrounding development. Here we've got a view to the west, where I do note that we have the presence of Hever Trading Estate, which did form part of a site allocation under Regulation 18. Here we've got the access point onto Church End itself. So again, this in close proximity to Hever Trading Estates, which lies to the west. And again, this is just giving a broader view of Ash Road facing north towards New Ash Green, with both Highley in the foreground and Oast House Nurseries in the background. And so that's it for the presentation, and the full planning assessment and recommendations are set out in the committee papers, and there weren't any late observations.
Thank you very much, Elliot. We've only got 2 speakers on this application, so I haven't had anyone register the local members. I don't believe they're online either. So we've got Chloe Bakawa-Smith speaking for the application, and then Councillor Jake Scott, who's the parish representative. So if Chloe would like to come up and speak first.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Chloe Bakawa-Smith of Fortis Planning, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicant and owner of Church End. This application seeks a permission in principle for a residential development of up to 9 dwellings. All other technical matters are therefore reserved for later consideration. The application site is located approximately 317 metres south of the defined boundary of New Ash Green, which is identified as a local service centre in the adopted local plan. There have been multiple residential developments approved near to the site, including a permission in principle for up to 9 dwellings at the adjacent site Highley, and a residential development of 18 dwellings at the site 30 metres north, Oast House Nursery, that was allowed at appeal. Both of these permissions demonstrate that residential development in this location has been found acceptable, and they confirm the sustainability of the site and area. The same proposal at the site was submitted in February earlier this year. However, there is a high pressure gas pipeline within the vicinity of the site. Scotia Gas Network, who are SGN, therefore raised an objection to the proposal until a detailed consultation had taken place. The previous application was refused on this basis. However, all other aspects of the proposal were found to be acceptable. SGN have since attended the site to investigate the high pressure gas pipeline and have now confirmed that the proposed works location is not in the immediate vicinity of the gas pipeline. Therefore, the safety and integrity of their assets will not be affected by the proposal. SGN have now confirmed that they raised no objections to the proposed development. In summary, the proposal would represent a sustainable form of development, and the benefits of the proposal would significantly outweigh any adverse impacts. The principle of residential development will therefore be in accordance with National Planning Policy Framework. The application is a resubmission of the same application that was previously submitted and only refused due to SGN's objection. SGN are no longer objecting to the proposals and are satisfied that it would not impact the high pressure gas pipeline. All other aspects of the proposal were previously found acceptable. For these reasons, I respectfully request that members follow officer recommendation and grant permission for this proposal. I would like to thank members for their time today and their consideration of the points I have made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Scott on Zoom.
Good evening. This application should be considered alongside Highley to the north, which similarly, as you've heard, is approved in principle for up to 9 dwellings. The site is directly north of and abuts this site with which it shares a boundary. This means there will be 18 houses next to one another on a very constrained area. Additionally, the recent Oast House Place development is 60 metres to the north of the site, as you've heard. That now has 18 houses on it. This means 36 new houses on the Ash Road over a site that is less than 1.5 hectares in total. This means the site has become a major development, and if planning consent is sought, it should be considered collectively under Regulation 19 for consultation under the emerging local plan. This site is also 20 metres from a proposed 580 dwelling development at Ash Place Farm, which is being considered as part of the emerging local plan, as well as the site at Hever Estate. The site adds to the unrestricted sprawl of the New Ash Green, Hartley, Longfield built-up area, making no contribution to meeting any residual identified need locally for affordable housing and homes for owner-occupiers wanting to downsize. It also creates one or more hazardous accesses onto the Ash Road. We believe the site is particularly important with regard to Purpose A of the Green Belt as defined in paragraph 143 of the National Planning Policy Framework to check unrestricted sprawl of large built-up areas, because New Ash Green and Hartley, together with Longfield, form the largest built-up area in the north-east quadrant of Sevenoaks District, with a combined population of over 16,000, only 1,000 less than Swanley. The surrounding green belt therefore serve this purpose when the settlements are taken together. Development of this site would effectively extend the ribbon development along Ash Road from Hartley through New Ash Green to merge with the hamlet of Ash and continue into the boundary with Tunbridge and Malling Borough. The 2022 Housing Needs Survey for Ashcombe Ridley identified the need for 39 affordable homes. To a large extent, this need was met subsequently by the Manor Gardens development of 49 one or two bedroom apartments and 4 3-bedroom houses. Apartments in Manor Gardens are currently changing hands for around 200,000, which is the very lowest end of property prices in Sevenoaks District. Other developments of new housing on Ash Road, including the
30
Oast House
seconds.
nursery site and in New Ash Green, have met the need for larger homes. The proposed development of up to 9 houses would have to be of substantial size to be viable, and which the applicant admits would not be classed as affordable and would not meet any residual local need. Ash Road is an important route from Longfield, Hartley and New Ash Green, southwards to the A20, M20, M25 and M26, despite the severely substandard widths of South Ash Road and Billet Hill, Rogerswood Lane. It is therefore
Thank
much
you,
busier.
Councillor
than
Scott. Sorry, that is
Spirit
time, I'm afraid. Thank you. Right, okay. We'll start with questions to the speakers. So I've got Councillor Malone with his hand up.
Yeah, I've actually got a question for the local members. Yet again, they have not paid the committee the courtesy of coming to speak to us when they've presented a case. So I wonder if you could just ask them to come next time. We're all sat here. It would be nice if they could be as well.
Yeah, so I think the chair, either me as vice chair or maybe the chair, can maybe send a reminder to all members that if they call things to a committee, they would be expected to present them.
I'm not sure it needs to go to all members. This is the second time in quick succession that none of the 3 from New Ash Green and Ash have shown us the courtesy of coming.
Okay, thank you. Your comments are noted. Questions to the speakers, first of all. Are there any questions to our speakers? No. Okay. Questions to the officers? Yes, I'll go. Councillor Thornton.
Thanks. Just to say, am I right in saying that it's just about the gas pipeline? Nothing was raised last time. It's only here because it only got refused because of the gas pipeline. That's now been resolved. I don't understand why this is here at all.
Yes, your understanding is correct. I don't think any other major issues were found previously.
I've got Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Not well. It's related to this application, obviously, but not specifically. So, 2 applications are submitted. 00366, which was the precursor to this one, which was refused because of the high pressure gas line, or the worries about the high pressure gas line, and 00367, which was the others, both of which were at minimum of 1, maximum of 9. And then we hear about, is it Oast House, just across from the next plot with 18. Now, I don't know whether that was 18 in one hit or two 9s again. What's the significance of 9? Does it mean that people just sort of jiggle under the requirement to provide affordable homes or something?
I'll clarify both points. Oast House Nursery, the reason why it was 18 dwellings. That just came in as a standard full application to redevelop the site. There was a series of sort of buildings and such like related to the old horticultural exercises on the or commercial operations on the site. So that was, and it was a bigger site as well. It extends further back. The reason why this site and the neighbouring one at High Lee is 1 to 9, and you'll probably see this with most, well, you will see this with all PIPs, they are limited to 9 as well, I believe. Elliot can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the permission in principle legislation goes up to 9 dwellings. So it's not any sort of cheating the system or anything like that in terms of getting around affordable housing. That is just the upper limit of what a permission in principle can actually go up to.
In that regard as well, just can you remind us as well, what is the minimum number that you need for social housing? Can you tell us that? So I probably should know, but I've forgotten.
Well, it depends, because if it's within a designated rural area, that lowers the threshold, but generally speaking, it's 10.
Okay, Councillor Thornton.
And would these be still liable?
Yes, but that all that detail will come at later stages.
So they will be contributing to local infrastructure.
Okay, if there are no other questions to the officers, then I say we move into debate. So anyone any comments on debate? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Thornton.
I think I've made my position quite clear. I would quite like to go to vote quite quickly because I intend to support the recommendation because it's all about the gas line.
I'm happy to second that.
Are there any other comments? Yes, Councillor Malone.
Yeah, I'd like to, I mean, if he's still online, I'd like to commend Councillor Scott for his excellent presentation again. I certainly have a lot of sympathy with the arguments he's made that we've got, you know, this site with 9, conveniently 9, High Lee conveniently 9, Host House 18. But we do have to look at them as individual cases. And, you know, and as Councillor Thornton has said, I don't think, again, with apologies for repeating myself, don't think we've got a strong basis to reject it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? No. So I propose we, as per the agenda paper and the conditions, that this be approved. All those in favour? Thank you. That is unanimous. Brilliant. Okay, thank you. And then on to the final agenda item, which is also being presented by Elliot. Does anybody need a comfort break for a couple of minutes? Yes. Just for the sake of maybe, if we just have 3 minutes, would that be okay? Run. So I'll have a comfort break just for 3 minutes if anybody else needs to the toilet. Okay, thank you. If we take our seats, that's less than 3 minutes. Okay, brilliant. Oh. I think Councillor Thornton has had to leave. I think she's, yeah, I think she's left yet. Yeah, she's, I think she's not feeling entirely well, so she's had to leave. I'll pass on to Elliot.
And everyone, yes, okay, great. So item 4.4 is a householder development concerning the site of Maple Dean on Otford Lane in Harstead. So the proposal is for the removal of an existing swimming pool located to the rear of the site, an erection of a garage, as well as a link between the garage and the dwelling. The erection of a part 2-story and part single-story side and rear extension, including the demolition of the existing conservatory and provision of dormers, provision of dormers, and some works to the roof, including removal of the existing chimneys and new chimneys there. In terms of the site location plan, the site lies along Otford Lane, fully within the Metropolitan Greenbelt. The access points to the site you can see here on the location plan. This application did go through 2 rounds of consultations. The first one sought to provide a new access. We did receive some a consultation response from KCC Highways, which raised concern. So the application was amended to keep the existing access point in situ. In terms of the existing block plan, you can see the swimming pool to the north of the site, which is to be removed. And in terms of the existing floor plans, you can see here the ground floor and the first floor, as well as the conservatory, which is to be removed with the existing roof plan. In terms of the existing elevations, you can see essentially, the part of the dwelling which wasn't original, which is to be removed, so the conservatory. And here we have got the proposed ground floor plan. So you can see the garage located to the side of the property with that link, as well as the ground floor single-story extensions. So as you can see, it's mainly the extensions to the main dwelling are predominantly within the existing building lines of the existing dwelling. I do note that there is a pre-existing basement which is proposed to be retained. In terms of the first floor plan, there is a slight storage area above the garage, as well as 2 small dormers, both to the front and the rear. And the second floor plan of the principal dwelling also shows that storage area contained within the roof. So there are several dormers, both on the side elevation and on the rear elevation. As you'll see from the elevation drawings, these dormers are very subservient to the overall scale of the roof. So they're well set back both from eaves heights, from ridge heights, and from both ends. So yeah, sorry, this is both the same elevation, one showing with the garage and one showing just the main dwelling in and of itself with the glazed link. Here we've got the east elevation of the garage. Again, the glazed link that you can, not glazed, sorry. The link between the garage and the main dwelling in the foreground. So in terms of the proposed front elevation, as you can see, the principal elevation of the dwelling would have minimal changes to it. You would be able to perceive the side dormers, but again, as mentioned previously, those dormers are very limited in scope, as well as the front garage with those, again, small dormer windows. Going to the rear elevation, we have got the balcony, which would sit above the single-story element of the development. So I do note that there is substantial distance between the property and any neighbouring dwellings. So in terms of impact on privacy, that would be limited. And as you'll see from the site photos, the site is well enclosed by existing boundaries consisting of trees, vegetation, and all that. So yeah, the east elevation of the dwelling. So part of this case hinges on a case for very special circumstances. So I've also included the plans that constitute the fallback position that that you would have seen in the committee papers. So these are the proposed elevations under the above application, which were approved. So this is just for reference, because in my report I did reference those two applications for the fallback position. So these consist of multiple side extensions, which would provide accommodation, and would also result in a degree of spread of built form on site. There is also an approved lawful development certificate for a large pool outbuilding, so which would cover the existing pool at the rear of the property. So I've included these elevations as well as the floor plans. As you can see there, this outbuilding is fairly substantial in terms of bulk and size. Yeah, so this is the block plan showing that that outbuilding, which was granted lawful development certificates. So I've done a summary table in terms of the footprint and floor space of both the existing, the proposed, and the fallback position, just to give an indication of the reasoning behind the case for very special circumstances. So as you can see, the proposed, it is fully acknowledged, would go significantly over the 50% limit stated in policy GB1C. However, a lot of that, well, 141 square meters of that floor space is contained within the roof, which I did take into account because dormers were included. And compared to the fallback position, you can see that the fallback position has significantly higher both floor space and footprint. So the proposals would constitute a net gain, well, a net loss in terms of floor space in comparison to the fallback position. So in terms of the site photos, this is looking onto the nearest neighboring property, so Kantara, and the driveway, which would remain as such. In terms of the boundary, this is viewing south, so showing that the site is well shielded from the majority of public views. This is looking towards the swimming pool, which is to be removed, so north of the sites. So again, this the photo can sort of give an indication of even though you've got that balcony above the single-story elements, there aren't any direct neighbouring properties which would be impacted in terms of privacy. So here we have the west elevation of the dwelling, which shows the conservatory, as well as part of the dwelling which wasn't original and has been enlarged in the past. Again, to reiterate the secluded nature of the site. These are a couple of longer views onto the dwelling itself. Yeah, further views to the north. And that concludes my presentation, and the full planning assessment and recommendations are set out in the committee papers, and there weren't any late observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Right, so we've got two speakers on this application. So we've got for the application, Colin Smith and the local member, Councillor Grint. So Colin, if you'd like to come up to the front.
Thank you, Chairman. The case officer's report notes that there is no harm to the character of the area or the amenities of adjoining properties, no objection relating to parking or highway safety, and no increased flood risk. The Parish Council agree there is no identified harm other than what they consider to be harm to the greenbelt as a result of the proposed extension being over 50% of the floor space of the original dwelling. The current proposal is to add extensions to the dwelling, which would result in a floor space of 713 square metres, an increase of 157% above the 50% floor space increase allowed for in policy GB1. As a result, the proposal would be a disproportionate addition to the dwelling and inappropriate development in greenbelt terms. The MPPF sets out that planning permission should therefore be refused unless there are very special circumstances that outweigh the harm to the greenbelt by way of inappropriateness and any other harm. No other harm is identified by the Parish Council. The committee report identifies the harm as being the impact on the openness of the greenbelt as a result of the additional bulk at first floor level, and the harm by way of inappropriateness. The very special circumstances need to outweigh these harms. As has been explained, the very special circumstances in this case refer to the fallback position, the development that can be built out without the need for planning permission following the issue of the lawful development certificate and prior approvals. Council set out in paragraph 60 that there must be a realistic prospect that the fallback scheme will be implemented, not just a theoretical possibility. However, legal cases such as Zurich Assurances and Simon's developments versus the Secretary of State demonstrate that the prospect of the fallback position being implemented does not have to be probable or have a high chance of occurring, but even if the possibility of the fallback position being implemented is only very slight, it can still be a material consideration. The judgment in Mansell versus Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council makes it clear that the reliance on the development allowed under the terms of the GPDO can provide a realistic fallback position in terms of how a site can be developed, and that this needs only to be a possibility rather than a probability in order to carry weight as a fallback position. Mr. Froment has gone through the floor space figures in relation to the fallback position and how they relate to the current proposal. The current proposals would reduce the spread of the development compared to the fallback position and consolidate the built form close to the main dwelling. This was an approach that was accepted by a planning inspector in relation to a development of Copperfield House in Rushmore Hill, Knockholt. The fallback position was 174%. The reduced scheme of 169% was allowed on appeal in December 2023, and this committee is urged to take the same approach as the inspector in that case. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And then I'll call up Councillor Grint to speak.
Thank you very much, Chairman and committee members, for allowing me to speak this evening. I am opposing the planning application. As has already been indicated, the proposed increase in size is massive and is completely unacceptable in the Greenbelt. The entire application stands or falls on the question of whether the harm to the Greenbelt is outweighed by other considerations known as special circumstances. The only special circumstance put forward by the applicant is the existence of a fallback position. This matter is dealt with at length by the planning officer in his report at paragraphs 57 to 65. I have two concerns about this so-called fallback position. First, I direct your attention to paragraph 60, which has already been quoted. The planning officer says there must be a realistic prospect that the fallback scheme will be implemented, not just a theoretical possibility. We shall come back to this. It's important to understand the details of the fallback position fully. And I'm glad that the planning officer explained the fallback position by alluding both to the extensions to the existing dwelling and also to the pool house, which was proposed as well. So I won't go into further details on those, but permission was, sorry, that's the wrong word. Council confirmed in February 2025 that the rear extensions as submitted by the applicant could be developed lawfully without the need for any prior planning approval. But has the applicant taken any steps to implement this permission? There is no evidence of this whatsoever. The pool house, well, the council confirmed in August 25 that the construction of a pool house would be lawful under general permitted development rights, i.e. more than 9 months ago. Has the applicant taken any steps to implement this position? There is no evidence of this. I therefore come back to the question of, is there a realistic prospect that the fallback scheme will be implemented, not just a theoretical possibility? I severely question whether the fallback position is a legitimate one. But my second objection to the fallback position is much more fundamental. It has not been recognised by the planning officer that it's essential that a fallback position and the requested planning application must be mutually exclusive. In other words, one can be developed, but not both of them. If the arrangement is such that both can take place, then that is not a legitimate fallback position. I put it to you, members of the committee, that in this case, if permission is granted for this development to the house, it's entirely possible, and if in granting that permission we say that the fallback position is unacceptable, it is still nevertheless possible, entirely possible. It's entirely possible for the applicant to develop the pool house before implementing the changes to the house. In other words, he can get the benefit of both the application and the fallback position. This is completely unacceptable. This is not a legitimate fallback position if it is not a question of one or the other. The applicant is able to get the full benefit of both the application and the so-called fallback position, and therefore it must be refused.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go to questions of the speakers. Any questions of the speakers? Councillor Ball.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the applicant the scenario that Councillor Grint has just I want to say a sinister one, but a perhaps slightly strange one. In other words, if we granted this application, would you then be happy if we then condition this, just saying that you can't go back and put the other, whatever it was on the, I can't remember what it was anymore, but sorry, so you know what I mean.
There is a condition on the planning permission which removes permission development rights. So upon implementation of the proposal before the committee, permission development rights would be removed. So no other structures or extensions or outbuildings could be erected without the benefit of planning permission.
Makes sense. Thank you very much.
No other question. Councillor Streckfield.
Having heard that, Councillor Grint, do you agree with that?
No, of course I disagree fundamentally. The applicant has stated that if they commence the proposed development, then permitted development rights would be excluded. But the scenario that I suggested, there's nothing to prevent the applicant from constructing the pool house first, under the permission that has already been granted for the pool house, and then subsequently to proceed to the development of the permission which is being requested, which I tell you is, I hope I've convinced you, that is totally unacceptable.
I'm happy to come back to that for in questions to the officers in order to explore that further.
Are there any other questions of the speakers? No. Okay. So we come to questions of the officers and Councillor Stretfield.
The obvious question, can we condition it so that those permitted development rights are more secure than Councillor Grint's fears of being able to develop the pool house as well as the planning permission benefit?
Thank you, Councillor. We can. There have been similar situations where we've done something like along this lines. However, it's not necessary in this one because in order to implement this permission, part of the description of development includes the removal of the existing swimming pool. And so to remove the existing swimming pool, then that would also include if they were to go ahead and build out this building over the top of the pool, they would need to remove that as well, essentially, in order to fully comply with this condition. So, sorry, with this application. So it would be very hard to end up with a scenario where we get both developments. However, there is a possibility of adding a further condition, but we would need to think about some wording and separately if we're able to leave that to case officers and to agree with management.
Sorry, Councillor Grint. Sorry, you can't speak, I'm afraid, unless someone asks you a question. I don't think it's an untruth. Sorry, Councillor Grint. Sorry, you can't intervene. I'm really sorry, you can't speak, Councillor Grint. Sorry, Councillor Green, I can't take any comments from you, I'm afraid. Are there any other questions of the case officer? Yes, Councillor Malone.
There seems to be a degree of concern as to whether the pool must be removed. Can you just reiterate or address that point again for us, just to address any concerns or explain how we can condition the addressing of that point?
Yeah, I'll cover the first bit and Elliot can clarify the condition because he's had experience with that. But in order to actually implement this planning application, they have to remove the swimming pool because it's within the description of development.
And in terms of the condition, so I've had a couple of cases where we've had to impose such a condition. We have some wording where essentially we say that upon implementation, only the buildings shown in the approved block plan can be on site, which means that even if they start building the pool house, then that would be contrary to the condition that says only the buildings shown within that approved plan. Yeah.
Okay, I understand that. A couple of years ago, my neighbour built a bloody huge garage. It's huge. It's almost as big as my house, which he got under permitted development rights. So can we, to address Councillor Grint's concern, can we also address the future possibility of them deciding that they actually change their minds and they'd like a pool and a pool house after all?
Yes. So there is a condition, I think it's condition 4 as part of the application, which would remove permitted development rights for both extensions, alterations to the main dwelling, as well as the erection of any further outbuildings.
Okay,
So-
in that case, apologies that I missed that condition.
Okay.
I got one other question, if I may, Chairman. Again, looking at this paragraph 60, which it all seems to hinge on. The report talks about a realistic prospect. Councillor Grint honed in on realistic prospects, but the agent for the applicant, Mr. Smith, certainly when he was speaking, gave me the impression that it didn't need to be anywhere near as robust as a realistic prospect. So can you just shine a bit of a light on that for us, please?
Yes, so case law, to paraphrase it, essentially, a real prospect, that doesn't, it sounds stronger than it actually is. A real prospect can be as far as it being probable, or the fallback position doesn't have to be probable or even likely. A mere possibility of the fallback happening is enough. And that is established in case law and in legal and blogs and reports on the matter. So it's, whilst it's referred to as a real prospect, it's more a mere possibility of it coming forwards. And those applications have been through the council. They've been assessed as to whether they comply with the general permitted development order, which they did. Ergo, they could easily be built out, but the implementation of this scheme would stop that happening.
Okay, are there, Councillor Cole?
Thank you. So for the benefit, perhaps of those who are fairly new to this committee, comments were made on the first application we heard this evening, along the lines of, why are we here? And the question has to be, if GB1 sets a target or a limit of 50% uplift, and yet permitted development or prior application or lawful development certificate has already been agreed behind the scenes for 157% uplift. How have we got to this position?
So there are two sort of separate processes within that. So on one side, what was approved, so the outbuilding or the extensions that I included in the presentation, that goes through permitted development rights, meaning that we don't have to apply the greenbelt tests or determine whether or not those extensions or outbuildings are appropriate development within the greenbelt. It's a purely legislation-based exercise where you have a tick box. It's essentially a tick box exercise that whether the outbuilding complies with certain criteria, if it does, regardless of the constraints, unless those constraints matter in terms of permitted development, then we don't have to take into consideration everything that we would normally under a planning application. In terms of this planning application per se, we have proposals that have come forward outside of permitted development rights. So we have to impose the tests both from the NPPF and our local policies on them. This is where you get that intersection between the two, is that case for very special circumstances, which is under paragraph 153, it says if there is a case for very special circumstances which clearly outweighs the harm that's identified under a proposal, then that case for very special circumstances is enough for us to grant approval, even if there is harm that has been identified. So this is the typical example, is the case that we have here tonight, in that under full planning consideration, it is inappropriate. And if the application, say for the pool house, came forward as a planning application, in all likelihood it would be refused. But seen as it goes through the route of permitted development rights, which is a fully legitimate route to go down, then it complies with the relevant criteria. And yeah, pretty much it.
Are there any other questions to officers? If not, we will go into debate. So any...
One way that we could deal with the concerns that councillors may have about permitted development is, instead of setting a condition, as I know is outlined in Elliot's report, another way we could condition and bind the applicants is to, if they would agree to a Section 106 agreement. And obviously this is, you know, sort of thinking about it from the top of heads, but the conditions could then just kick in on commencement effectively, so they'd be bound not to do anything under permitted development until commencing the works that are for this application. I don't know whether that's something that might be agreeable.
Yeah, I'll ask the applicant if that would be acceptable.
Am I being asked the question and I'm being the opportunity to answer? Yes. Okay. Well, I would honestly would have to take instructions from my
Yes.
client in order to consider that. However, my initial reaction is that a Section 106 wouldn't be necessary because it can be dealt with by way of a condition. The test for Section 106 and conditions are exactly the same. So Section 106 would seem to be a long-winded and frankly more expensive way of dealing with it than simply imposing a planning condition on a planning permission. So I think, as I say, I would have to take instructions from my client, but it would seem to be not the most appropriate and correct way of going about it.
Okay, are there any questions or, sorry, comments for debates? Yes, I'll go to Councillor Ball and then Councillor Stretfield.
I suspect Councillor Stretfield was going to say the same thing. I just propose that we accept this with the condition we were discussing and leave the officers to actually put the wording of the condition afterwards.
Thank you. Councillor
I
Stretfield.
second that.
Yeah, so from the chair, so I propose the condition that best prevents the implementation of the outbuilding permitted development of this application, if this application is taken forward with the final wording of the condition to be determined by planning officers. Is everyone happy to include that? Okay, if there are no other comments, then I propose we go to a vote to approve the application as per the papers with the conditions and including that proposed condition. So all those in favour? Yeah, okay, that is unanimous. Brilliant. Okay, that is it for this evening. Thank you very much.